This is it. This is the last time I'm ever going to talk to Zoom girlfriend. This is it. It's all downhill from here. And I think I did that already.
I was muted. Hello.
Hello. That good, huh?
Yeah,
Full of cookie dust.
it was a 9-hour shift in the cookie mines.
What's the
Holy,
cookie this week?
uh, Tres leches. That's 3 whole milks.
It's a lot of leches.
They don't seem to like my cookie suggestions, which is all shit like salt or bacon.
I need a bacon cookie.
I told them to do a Thanksgiving dinner cookie.
I'd eat that.
Exactly.
Do a cookie burger.
Cookie burger.
Well,
Whoa!
we're doing it.
Oh, are we doing it? Oh God!
Here, no, I like the fireside one more.
Huh.
But also just the word hunter floating. That works really well too.
There's so much green, just screen.
Oh boy.
I don't like that.
Okay.
I,
Well,
I like the fire, but I don't like the video of me.
I like your name floating. That's what you'd want. That is what you'd want.
Yeah.
But I should probably select a background that has more than two chairs. Oh, wait a minute. I absolutely don't need to do that.
Wow.
Um, because we have a series of traitors in our midst. We have dissenters from the one true path, and I really hate the way that it clips my head and it blends my facial hair into my shadow. But
I
we
like
have
when it like includes the back of your chair.
you can see my games through the
Yeah.
hole in the hole in the hole. Um, we had a bunch of people decide not to participate in Game of the Year this year, because they didn't play enough games. Not like they have an entire fucking year to try to do this.
Oh, what?
And even now in the end of February, when we're recording this, which I I'm a big fan. I actually kind of like how late we're recording this because I put on all of these like answers to the categories 3 months ago, and I'm refusing to change them. So I'm gonna see if
Ooh.
devoid of like the 3 months, if I still feel as strongly as I do about these different things. I'm gonna try to conquer recency bias, but no, it's just the two of us this year. Hopefully for what is not the final game of the year, but we'll fucking see, I guess. We'll see if any of these, for lack of a better word, bitches decide to play some fucking games this year. Because there's already
Mm.
some fucking good games. I've put 26 hours into the fucking poker game.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
I
I
would like
should
to
try
play
that.
Penny's Big Breakaway or Big Breakout or Big Breakup. I played Helldivers 2 earlier today, but we're not here to talk about 2024 games. We're here to talk about 2023 games.
We're to talk about puking.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to do the same thing we always do. We're going to go through our variety of hand selected categories, and it's just going to go a lot faster this time because there's only two of us. The reason why, you know, so I tried to like do a written game of the year because, like, obviously I'm going to do all of my stuff no matter what. But
Yeah.
no matter what I wrote, I hated it every single time. I hated every single thing I came up with. I tried recording just me talking about stuff, and that didn't work either. And this is like one year where you played a ton of stuff, at least by your standards.
Yeah.
So it was like kind of shitty that the year that everyone else decides to not do anything, like you really like
Yeah,
you played a
right.
bunch of stuff I didn't play. It's unfortunate.
Oh, before we actually start talking about last year games, there is a demo for Unicorn Overlord, if you haven't
I'll
seen that.
I'll play it. What is it on everything?
It's on PS5 and Switch. It lets you play for 6 hours.
That's a really long demo. Is it like the full game?
You can't do the final mission, but you do have apparently there's like a cutoff point at some point too. But yeah, you can do pretty much as you can in 6 hours.
Okay, they're just giving that one away for free.
Yeah, pretty much.
Interesting strategy. But that's a Vanillaware game. A game known for their high quality visuals. So I think that's going to bring us right into our first category, which is the best visuals category. This
Big
is
one
a
game on point this year.
yes. This was a so we normally talk about how it's either a good year for soundtracks or a good year for visuals, and this one was, another reason I'm so fucking mad that they didn't do anything is like this was a great fucking year for games. They're so like beating off good games with a fucking stick. I've got my spreadsheet up here. I did almost 75 new fucking games.
Damn.
Fantastic year. Ugh. Anyway, best visuals. It's where we talk about games that look really good. And my number three game for this is going to be the revenge of a previous year's best visuals selection, but I'm going to be talking about Octopath Traveler 2. Um,
Ooh.
I'm I can't keep getting away with it, but every single time Square Enix puts out a game with this like HD pixel graphics, I'm going to give it a slot in best visuals because it just looks phenomenal. And Octopath Traveler 2 specifically, or I guess I shouldn't say specifically, I didn't really play Octopath 1, but I got really, really into Octopath 2. And you can just on the fly, anytime in the overworld, change it between daytime and nighttime, and all of the lighting effects that they do when the transitions happen just look beautiful. The game
Ooh.
at nighttime is really, really good. There's lots of bloom on everything. I think that game just looks fucking bitchin'. Highly, highly recommend. Uh,
See, they just said they were gonna remake like Dragon Quest 3 in that art style, and they shut off like a trailer like 3 or 4 years ago and have said pretty much nothing since. Because they know they need to get it right, or Japan's gonna be mad at them.
Is three the good Dragon Quest?
Three is usually held as like the best one.
See, this is why I need you around. I don't know these things. This is also the same art style they used for like Live Alive, for Live Alive, Live Alive,
Yeah.
Liza Minnelli, and I think I just love it. I think they also kind of like touched on a little bit with like triangle strategy, but it's kind of going for a fundamentally different thing. Keep doing it. I fucking love it. Remake. They should remake that. Their like Final Fantasy V in this art style. That would
Oh
be
yeah.
cool.
Maybe I would finally play Final Fantasy V.
But Hunter, what's your number three? What is a game you did
My
play that's not Final Fantasy V?
my number three, and granted this might be recency bias, I don't know. But I did Baldur's Gate 3 mostly because of like the art style and designs of like ruins and statues and stuff like that. It's all really cool looking.
Hmm.
And like you played a little bit that intro bit with the Nautiloid, like just the whole thing being like, okay, yeah, this is definitely a weird alien spaceship and mind flayers are gross.
Yeah, really slimy. I think that the juxtaposition of the traditional like fantasy environment within like this very like Lovecrafty alien's a really good thing. I thought about putting Baldur's Gate on this list because specifically I think it's wild that that game can like look the way it does and also run on a Steam Deck,
Oh
which is the
yeah.
way I played it for a couple hours. I think that they did a really good job translating a very, very busy visual design onto a small screen. And I think they did a great job with that, but I completely agree that Baldur's Gate looks very excellent.
But
I would
Dash,
like to
what's your
play more
number
Baldur's. I
two?
would like to play more Baldur's Gate.
Just don't run around like a headless chicken this time.
Fuck. There's a lot going on in that game. Okay, I'm gonna give it the time it deserves. I just haven't really started it. Still installed. I'm working on other games.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So it's I've been complaining for a number I've been since the console debuted, I've been complaining about how games look on the Nintendo Switch for the entire time the consoles existed. And it's getting extraordinarily long in the tooth at this point. There is allegedly going to be a Switch successor coming out like quarter 1 of 2025. I really, really hope that's true. I would
And
like to give them money to make these games look better.
I was gonna
Uh,
say they've been saying that Switch 2 is coming soon, like
Switch
5 years.
Pro's coming out tomorrow. Just you wait. Just you fucking wait. And I gotta say, getting the Steam Deck also makes that system look even worse. However, one game, and I will say the Wii U had this exact same experience. Pikmin 4 looks better than it has absolutely any right to look on the Switch hardware.
Yeah,
I
it
don't know
does.
what fucking black magic they are pulling out of it. And sure, game only runs at 30 frames a second, but it is smooth. The game looks insanely good. I'm willing to give up the frame rate in this particular situation. It it does the normal like Pikmin art style, large foliage, weird looking animals. Everything is just so crisp and clean, and it looks absolutely fantastic. And the same way that Pikmin 3 looked on the Wii U, I don't understand how they got a game to look this good on the Switch. It really calls into question all of the other games that they have put out. It When I look at things like what they're putting out for the Pokemon games, it just looks completely uh
I
like
mean,
horseshit. I don't understand how I
Game
don't
Freak
understand how
is a
Pikmin can
whole
do
other
it.
bag of worms, so like
We hate Game Freak in this house.
at
Um,
this nice fireside.
yeah. And it's autumnal because this is late 2023 when we're recording this.
Ah, yes. We
We
didn't
have
say it was
autumnal vibes.
February.
Yeah. But yeah, I just think like Pikmin 4, it's probably not like if you compare it to, a Last of Us or something, it's not like this has the highest fidelity of graphics, but I think it's insane that they are pushing the Switch to make something that looks this good.
Oh,
And
she
it's
looks really fuzzy.
and probably as the final like first party game. Hell no, because I guess Tears of the Kingdom came out afterwards, didn't it?
Yes.
Fuck. A game that looks like
Yes.
ass. Oh well, it's a fantastic game for the Switch to go out on visually. But what is your number two?
My number two, I did just a sec, I'm looking up Pikmin 4 release date. Tears of the Kingdom. Anyway, my number two is World of Horror.
Oh, the Junji Ito game. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. So part of it is because it's 1 to 2 bit,
Hmm.
quote unquote. But then it also has like 80 fucking color palettes or something that you can swap to at any time as long as you can open the option menu.
Yeah, it does the downwell thing.
Yeah. And I think that's really cool because some of the palettes are god awful, but then
Hmm.
other of them are really cool looking.
I booted that game up here a couple days ago as one of the things that I'm hoping to get to this year, and I did play around with the visual settings, and I was immediately floored that you could set it between 1 and 2 bit, just to like
Yeah.
add in the little bit of shading on things. But and also obviously like that game is going for a very particular art style that is extremely fucking cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, fantastic looking game. I think that might have given some of the stuff on my list a run for its money had I actually like played it.
I like how when it was in early access, there's one random event if you search the apartments where you find your you greet your neighbor who is a struggling horror manga artist. And for all of early access, it was just the dude had drawn Junji Ito. And then when it actually came out, it was someone else. But then if you
It's
set it
fucked
to
up.
timeline B, it's Junji Ito again.
Okay, good. Well then I guess that brings us around to the number ones. I'm not I think you could argue that I did my, pixel art realism and then stylized thing this year, although I not necessarily intentionally.
Yeah, I guess.
But a game came out this year that truly looks like nothing I've ever seen before, and I would like to talk about. I would like to spread the good word of Pizza Tower.
Ooh,
Um,
yeah, that's my number one too,
this.
actually.
Oh fuck yeah! We did
Hell
not
yeah,
plan that.
boy. Hell yeah, boy. Pizza Tower's
Pizza Tower.
great.
It looks so fucking awful and scrungy and fucked up, and it lends itself well to how like frenetic everything about that game is. Everything is panicked all the time. Pepino has like a million different fucking frames and poses that he can do.
Oh yeah.
Game looks fucked up and dirty.
Like if you don't immediately like the art style as soon as you start the game and it's
Mhm.
just Peppino sitting in the dark waiting for you to load a
Mhm.
file, and it's like you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, game. Oh my god, and just like it's obviously like the very like I guess like 90s cartoon aesthetic I guess is maybe what I would describe it as, but then also
Yeah.
very much like wearing the kind of Wario influence on its sleeve. Game just looks fucked up. Like it. So I have my. I'm gonna stall for just a moment.
Well, plus on like most of the levels, they're like different abilities that you get.
Mhm.
So Peppino changes forms, like wearing a suit of armor or as a ghost and stuff like that. And the entire time in the game, there's that little TV in the corner showing
Yeah,
Peppino,
with the
and they,
faces.
yeah, and they all change.
And you've got like the horrible the Mario son that is a pizza that chases.
Oh
I think
yeah,
that game looks absolutely fucking phenomenal. One of the coolest looking games I've ever seen. And like the second it kind of did that like Cuphead thing where the second I like saw a clip of it, I was immediately like, okay, wait, I need to fuck around and see what this game's all about. So
yeah,
congratulations to Pizza Tower for being the undisputed best visuals of 2023.
the absolute peak of
Can
visuals.
anyone here dispute that?
I can't.
I don't hear anything. So, congratulations to Pizza Tower. It's nice that you can win an award at something.
You were
But that's gonna
robbed, but not
th-
here.
that's gonna move us right along into. I'm not. Do you need to pee? I'm not doing. I'm not
I'm
splitting these
good.
up. I think we can just knock all this out. Um, we're gonna do best original soundtrack, which
Okay.
again, like I said earlier, extremely good soundtrack year. Normally, you either get good visuals or you get good soundtracks. We're in the next category going to be talking about the failings of the year, but we're not there yet. Want to talk about how good the soundtracks are, and my number three, I, it may be the obvious choice, but it's Bomb Rush Cyberfunk.
Oh yeah, I
This
never played that one.
This is the legally distinct from Jet Set Radio that the Lethal League people did. They got Hideki Naganuma to do songs for it. It's just Jet Set Radio. Like it's all things you like about Jet Set Radio soundtrack put into a new game with some new songs. You get your your nice funky beats. Um, absolutely great. And I don't want to say that like that's kind of the whole game, but like that's the number one thing you really need to nail in a Jet Set Radio like.
Yeah.
And they delivered. They got the guy to do more of that stuff. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't nail it, then like that would have been bad.
And I think like he's worked with them previously on Lethal League Blaze, but it's also they got a variety of artists to do tracks for it. Like it's not just Naganuma doing things. It's a fantastic soundtrack, and also probably the best thing, a single best thing about that game. But what do you have for a number three?
My number three is World of Horror again, because a lot of the soundtrack is it really gets that atmosphere of there's some spooky shit going on. Like it nails it perfectly. And then there are also other tracks, excuse me, that I don't want to say comforting, but like it's kind of peaceful sounding. And then like each area when you're in a fight, like if you get into a fight at the port and you get into a fight at in the forest or whatever, they have different battle themes. So I like the variety too.
Is it like a chip tune, kind of like Game Boy type thing, or is it
Kinda. It's
okay?
definitely bleeps and bloops.
Okay.
It's a
which
real blip and blooping.
yeah, beep bop beep bop.
Beep bop boop bop Lovecraft.
I should maybe play World of Horror while I'm up in Iowa next week. Maybe that's what I'll
Yeah.
do. Is it run based?
Uh, kind of. So
Okay.
there are definitely like you can unlock a bunch of different characters, but some characters you can't unlock until you've beaten it a couple times because like
Okay.
the event to unlock them just doesn't exist technically yet.
Okay. I think there's a lot I don't actually know about that game. I thought it was more of just okay, whatever. This is not the category for it. We'll get there. Probably. Probably.
Probably.
Uh Number two, best original soundtrack. Getting dual citizenship with best visuals. It's a little generic. It's a little kind of easy, but Octopath Traveler 2. In a game where in a JRPG, you're needing to spend a ton of time just kind of walking around or vibing or listening to, battle music.
Yeah.
Really, really critical that you get some good ones in there. And Octopath Traveler 2 absolutely fucking kills it. I know I alluded to the like daytime nighttime cycle earlier. You get different themes for day and night, different individual character themes. The first soundtrack is on Spotify. I don't think they've put the second one on there yet. But it is another one that just like as I would be working or just kind of like doing stuff, it is a great, I'm just gonna put on this soundtrack and do work or like have it for great background music. It's not like reinventing the wheel. It's not like doing anything you wouldn't expect out of a JRPG, but it's absolutely phenomenal shit, like cover to cover. And I would be listening to it casually if it was like easy to get into my Spotify.
See, I'm gonna be honest, I kind of forgot Octopath Traveler 2 even came out.
It's so fucking good. I'm not the JRPG guy, but like I was fucking floored with this thing. Whatever, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We'll
Oh,
get to it.
okay. My number two, I will preface this by saying I did not play this game
That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting
because
for it. We're already
I
doing it.
yeah, because I cannot play this game as it is PS5 exclusive, and I do not have a PS5. But I put Final Fantasy 16.
There is a so grayed out on my list. There is a Final Fantasy 16 that did not end up making the cut. But yes, talking about JRPG music.
Yeah, right.
Um,
Because apparently it's the same composer that did a lot of the music for Final Fantasy 14, which is the MMO.
yes.
And there's like there are some tracks in this game that go really fucking hard, and it
Mhm.
has no reason to.
You could actually, I would go so far as to say that sentence encapsulates all of Final Fantasy 16.
Okay.
Where it goes insanely hard when it doesn't really need to, but it does. But no, I completely agree with you. It's got a fantastic soundtrack. People really like the Final Fantasy 14 sound. Like I know that it was the Final Fantasy 14 guy was the director of 16, so
Yeah.
I'm sure he brought along a ton of his crew for working on it. And yeah, it's a fantastic soundtrack. Didn't make my
Like
top three, but it's great.
the reason it's on here is because I heard one song specifically, like not in any context of the game. And I was like, whoa, that's fucking wild. And then I just started listening to the rest of the soundtrack. I was like, cool.
Hmm. Highly recommend. Cool game. They should put that on more things. People have
Maybe
access to.
eventually.
Maybe eventually. Games are getting expensive to make. They should make more things multiplat. But I can talk about because my number one is a game that's multiplat. This is going to be the first mention of what was very much the dark horse for a lot of my different categories.
Dark
But
Souls.
uh, my number one soundtrack, this one is on Spotify. This one I do listen to a lot, but it is El Paso Elsewhere. This is a pretty much entirely rap soundtrack,
Ooh.
rap and hip hop, done by one single band. It's not like an ensemble thing, but the vocalist for that band is also the voice of the main character.
Oh.
So you have a lot of like, it does sound like the main character is laying down the vocals on a lot of these tracks, but it's absolutely fucking phenomenal to listen to. There are some all time bangers on there. I I cannot speak positively enough about like I know that like our litmus test for a lot of our kind of what makes him the best soundtrack is what are you listening to outside of the game, and since nobody fucking played El Paso elsewhere, and there's even fewer people listening to video game soundtracks on Spotify, like most of these songs only have a few thousand listens, so I'm pretty sure I'm in like the top 0.01% uh of this soundtrack's plays.
Nice.
But I highly recommend it. It's an absolutely phenomenal soundtrack. They also do it's not like a full on like ape out radiant soundtrack, but you'll have certain points in different levels where they will like loop just kind of keep the beat looping, but then as different things happen, it'll like, okay, we're gonna mix in the vocals. Like
Oh,
it'll
nice.
do things reactive to whatever's happening in the level.
See,
Not
I
like
was
a
gonna,
yeah.
I was gonna say I wish more games did the thing that I think DMC5 did it, where the better
Yes.
you're doing, the louder the lyrics get.
Hmm. And yeah, it kind of feels like that. Where like it'll the the kind of like the bassy and the beats nature of the rap music make it very easy for them to just kind of like keep a like chorus going, and then like, okay, all these enemies are flooding in. We're gonna turn on the lyrics. We're gonna do that stuff, or we're gonna cut it to different points in the song. Absolutely fantastic. And great implementation of it as well.
Okay.
Please
So
tell me you played your number one.
yes, because my number one is Pizza Tower again.
Yeah, yep.
Because that soundtrack is perfect for the game. With, like you said, it's very fast and frantic and stuff like that. Plus, in addition to that, it has a song titled The Death I Deserve Ioli."
Hmm. Very good. Again, if I had a number four soundtrack, it would probably be Pizza Tower. That is one that but I think I saw physical copies of the soundtrack going out, but I was very close to pulling the trigger on it.
Ooh,
Pizza
very
Tower is an
good.
audio-visual tour de force.
Yeah.
I can't wait for it to definitely show up in my top 10 games of the year. And I wasn't maybe using a singular category to kind of bring up Pizza Tower and how good Pizza Tower is.
Hmm. That seems
Uh,
suspicious how you said that.
Maybe we'll get there. But that's gonna move us into story and writing. Um, I'm gonna level with you. Story and writing was fucking bad this year.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, I agree.
was abhorrent. I played again like something like 70 games, and there are four things I had as like maybes, and I only feel strongly about one of them.
Yeah, same.
So number three, I guess, is Final Fantasy 16.
Okay.
It's very much like trying to do a Game of Thrones thing, but then also what if characters in Game of Thrones could turn into giant kaijus?
Were you saying you wouldn't watch that show?
No, and it's really cool whenever they're doing the Game of Thrones like kind of political intrigue, people dealing with like the ramifications of like the I think the world building in Final Fantasy 16 is incredible, is I guess what I'm saying.
Okay.
Um, about halfway through, it kind of loses the thread, and because it's a JRPG, it does become about killing an old god,
Oh yeah.
and they really move away from the political intrigue, and it 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 gets pretty bad. Um, but other than that, the world building, like I was very compelled to like play a lot of it in the early hours just because I wanted to know more about the world. I want to understand like what the crux of it is there are individuals who can transform into like the summons, and
Yeah.
then each of the kind of like main nations is given one of these people. Uh, in some of the societies, these are like revered as kings. In literally another one of them, she's just kind of like a military slave that is just wheeled out to do wars. And then all of a sudden, your nation, your family, you develop a second one of these kaiju, and then kind of everything spills out from there and what is happening based on that. It's a mostly interesting story. Um, but they definitely they increase the scale too much, and it just kind of becomes a mess. But first
Okay.
half, phenomenal shit. Really like it. But Hunter, what's your number three?
So my number three is killer frequency. So there's it's a game where it's
Never
set,
heard of this.
yeah, it's a game set in the 80s where you're a radio DJ, but there is like a serial killer is that everyone thought was dead called the Whistling Man is back and he's killing people, but none of the like outside 911 calls are working. So the sole 911 operator in this small town is going over to the other town. So she puts you in charge of 911 calls for the night until she gets back. So the whole game is you essentially trying to help people not get murdered by this guy. And then in between is like, okay, and this next song is DJ Blasco. And then it plays some music or whatever, which I have to bring this up because there was a demo for a game in one of the Steam Next Fests called Interference Dead Air, which is very similar to this game, where in that you are a gate guard at pretty much like Black Mesa
Mhm.
as like shit goes down, and then you are also like radioing people and helping them escape from monsters and stuff. And I thought this was the same people because they're two very similar games,
Yeah.
but they're not. And the games came out like 2 months apart or something. I
Yeah,
was
I'm
like,
looking
whoa,
at Killer
that's
Frequency. It's the Worms people.
yeah,
And also this has a VR version which sounds extremely cool.
yeah. It's like I thought that it was the interference dead air people making this one too, but then I was like, no, wait, these games came out like 2 months from each other. It's like I
Well,
don't.
I'm putting that in my backlog. That game looks really fucking cool.
It's pretty neat.
It worked out well with Ender Lilies, so
There are there's like some comedy, lighthearted bits, but obviously most of it is still about trying to help people not get murdered. So you can fuck up, and then you do hear like because people will call 911 and they'll be like, "The whistling man is here," and then they kind of give a rundown of where they are, what they're doing, and then you have to help them avoid them somehow and escape.
huh. Yeah, this looks really cool, actually. Similar to games I've played, Stanley Parable and The Witness. Yeah,
Ooh.
no, I will. That actually looks really fucking cool. Maybe that's what I need right now to get me out of my funk.
But
Um,
Dash, what's your number two?
what is my number two? So this one I will at least speak positively about
Oh my
general
God.
overall, and it is El Paso Elsewhere. There isn't a lot of story necessarily. The crux of the game, and it's a pretty short game, is you have been dating the Queen of Vampires, and your relationship has kind of gotten to the point, it's gotten to a very like abusive point from her, and she is now bringing about the end of the world, and you need to kill her. um it's very much like doing a send up to a lot of Max Payne stuff and doing like kind of a modern noir type thing. And I'm going to talk about this more in the next category, but the main character like has this very affable kind of down to earth realism without it being like grating. He approaches a lot of these things in a very like he it's like if he does the like, oh well, that just happened, but like not grating and cringy. Like
Okay.
he is very much like a fish out of water getting put in these horrible like horror situations, and like can still sometimes make light of it, like not in like a super quippy way, but just in a pulpy way is maybe the way I'd describe it.
Okay.
uh it's super in mm, I don't necessarily want to say interesting because like it's not like doing anything that crazy, but it's just very well executed on an extremely simple idea is maybe what I'd say.
All
It's
right.
not the reason you're playing the game, but it supports it really well. And also it was a bad year for written games.
Yeah, that's
So this
True.
would not chart in a better year, but I still think it did a good job
Okay.
for something that could have been, I think, kind of phoned in. But what is your number two?
My number two, like you said, like we've said a couple times, not a great year for writing. Um, in particular, I put Baldur's Gate 3, but I don't know if it's good writing or if it's just the voice actors doing a phenomenal job. Because if
I
you
think you
look at
can count that.
because like if you look at some of the lines and whatnot without any voice acting or context, there some of them are pretty bad.
Mhm.
But then you like Asterian's VA does a great job with almost everything. Like you can
People seem to really like those characters a
yeah,
lot.
there's a point where you can do some old puzzle thing in order to safely take this like holy mace from the bottom of from a temple, or you can just steal it and then run out as the whole temple starts collapsing on top of you.
Mhm.
And there's a video showing them just stealing it, and Asterion gets crushed to death in the rubble. And then when they revive him, he immediately goes like, "What the hells were you thinking?" And just I don't know.
Isn't his voice actor the one who won the voice acting award?
Yes.
Yeah. That also like I think there's maybe something to be said for most writing. Um, I think I'd be pretty hard pressed to see if any of the other games this year had the sheer amount of story and writing in it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Baldur's Gate 3 is not your number one. Um,
No, my number one is the one I actually loved.
okay. So my number one is also one that I actually loved. Um, Picture this. A few years ago, we covered this. I was very upset about a game and the story. I'm speaking of Yakuza 6.
Oh,
Um, a game that was an absolutely terrible send off to put an end cap on a character that I had been enjoying for a number of other games, and truly a dog shit send off of the franchise. And they then, go and they start doing some more of these side games. They switch the mainline protagonist to Ichiban with, Like a Dragon, and Ichiban is delightful. That entire party of people is delightful, and they're one brain cell that the four of them share. They're
nice.
fantastic. But my boy Kiryu, my boy Kiryu, I got a prop on this one. Yeah. My boy
Yeah,
Kiryu,
there you go.
he got he got he got a real the he got fucked. Um, and I've been upset about that basically the entire time. But what came out this year is a single I really hesitate to call it a spin-off because it's part of the main canon, but they do a game about what Kiryu is doing in between Yakuza 6 and the time he shows up in 7 to then lead into him being a party member in 8. And it's really like they went and looked at what they did in 6 and are like, actually, this was a really shitty send off for this character. Let's kind of go and redo that. Um, the entire crux of it is that I'm not sure I ever said the name of the game, which is Like a Dragon, Gaiden, the man who erased his name. And it's called the man who erased his name because Kiryu is supposed to be dead, but
Oh
he is
no.
actually working for like a black ops group under the name Joryu.
Ah, yes,
And
completely different.
yeah, and it's like, oh yeah, this totally different character. And they do the thing I super admire where I thought this was gonna, just gonna be like like, oh yeah, this is like he's going under this name, but whatever, he's just gonna be doing stuff under this different name. Immediately when he is put into a situation with like other Yakuza, they clock him instantly. And they're just like, wait a minute, no, you're the chairman of the Tojo clan, like you're the dragon. You are obviously Kiryu. And the entire time, Kiryu, straight face, you're thinking of a different guy. He's wearing sunglasses, and he's just like, no, 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 you're definitely thinking of someone else. There's a point where fucking Majima shows up and Majima's talking to him, and Kiryu's just like, nah, man, I don't know who you're talking about. It's a different guy. And no one believes it for even a fucking second. And then you just get a really good Kiryu story. It encompasses the kind of ending of the Tojo clan. You can call it a little ham-fisted, but they literally are ending and like saying how the old style of Yakuza games need
Oh,
to end so that we can kind of usher in this new era of Yakuza games that are completely different than the stuff that's come before. Like not subtle whatsoever, but in a very very earnest way that was absolutely fantastic, and it gives that character. I guess I shouldn't even call it a send off because he's a major character in Yakuza 8. But they completely fix how bad the Yakuza 6 ending is. And for that, it's got to be the best written game that came out this year.
okay. Maybe one day I'll finish Yakuza 0.
It should. You
I
really
can't,
should.
the cabaret and the real estate, man, they stopped me.
There, you get they do some like callbacks with different characters in Man Who. I mean, in a to be expected way, because it takes place in Osaka the same way that half of Zero does. You're
Yeah.
actually really not in Kamurocho much of it at all. It's almost all in Osaka.
Huh.
And they do some stuff with that. But yeah, what is your number one?
My number one is Stasis Bone Totem.
Okay, I'm glad this at least like made it to on a category because I was gonna be a little butthurt if it didn't.
So it's the sequel to a game just called Stasis, but it's like a standalone sequel. Like the only thing you'll really get from playing the first one is like a little more context of the world. Like it's a horrible sci-fi future where one corporation controls everything. They are the like one major corporation for everything and also the only major religion anymore.
Okay.
And part of the important backstory for Stasis Bone Totem is that the Kane Corporation, which is that one, has made a new heaven. And it is a brain implant that you can buy. And then once you die, it will send your consciousness to it. It is run by 9 super AIs and whatnot. The AIs are called Newman, Numen.
Newman.
But the game starts with the main characters, Charlie and Mac, their husband and wife. Their daughter is dead. They're up to their eyes in debt, and they need to do this dangerous job that they're on in order to actually not just, you know, be in like actual debtors prison, which is a
Yeah.
thing in the setting. Uh, their daughter's name was Hope, so they're literally hopeless. Um, but their daughter drowned while trying to save her toy AI bear Moses.
Okay.
So the husband is angry at the bear because he blames the bear for her death. The bear blames himself for her death, but he's like a children's toy, so
Yeah.
he's not very good at like expressing certain emotions. So he's just like, I miss Hope. I
You
loved her. Stuff like that.
I booted this game up when you said like this was the kind of like the last thing you wanted to get in, and I didn't like really end up spending any time with it, but you were super selling me on this.
So it's a point and click adventure, like a top-down point and click,
Mhm.
where first off there's a ping. So like if you right click while you're walking around, it pings all the stuff you can interact with or stuff you can move your mouse over to get more flavor text, which I think is already a great thing addition. But it also, you control each character, and each character has their own unique thing, and they all have like a quantum storage device, so you can like just swap items between them
Yeah,
whenever.
because it's still a video game.
Yeah, so Mac, the dad, husband, whatever, he's real strong. He's got a bionic arm, so he can like break stuff apart or like straighten metal rods and stuff out. The wife, Charlie, is smart, so she can combine things and whatnot. And then Moses the bear can hack into computers because Charlie upgraded him beyond being just a children's toy.
Yeah.
So they're scavenging this oil rig that they come across during the middle of the storm called Deep Sea 15 that is run by the Kane Corporation. But immediately they see like a corpse, and Mac is like, okay, we gotta go. And Charlie's like, no, we need this. You know it. I know it. We're dead if we don't. And he's like, oh, fuck, fine. And then at some point, Moses sees another body and he introduces himself to it. He's like, hello, I am Moses. What's your name? And then you just hear over the radio, Charlie goes, Moses found another body. Because he doesn't, understand death, really.
Yeah.
And as it goes on, they go underneath the oil rig to like a giant underwater laboratory that is on the sea floor underneath it. Is more and more just it starts as typical sci-fi horror, and then as they're going down you get this glimpse of this weird kind of Lovecraft looking statue, and you're like, oh whoa, what's going on here? And it gets more body horror from
Oh,
that
okay.
point on too. Like, there's a point where Mac enters this kind of like quick setup lab thing, and in the middle there is a giant pillar made of flesh and torsos and arms that is writhing around and moaning in like a chorus of voices. And at that point I was like, okay, good going, game. You creeped me out. You got me.
Yeah, I'm looking at like again, I booted the game up like very, very briefly. Like I'm looking at some of this stuff. Like it's giving me a lot of those vibes that I wanted Scorn to be.
I won't spoil more because I do think it is a very good story, but I will say that Moses is the bravest boy.
Okay. I feel like if you put Ted in your game, that's either gonna go really badly or it sounds like they actually executed it really well.
Well, the best part is that it's a horrible sci-fi future, so even though Moses is supposed to be a toy for kids, he's also still really ugly.
Okay, good.
He's like supposed to be a teddy bear, but he's got like this weird human face. Awful.
Well, I think you have now sold me on Stasis Bound Totem as well. I will probably get back to that again. I maybe played it for all of 15 minutes, so I hesitate to say I even really messed with it, but I did pick it up while it was on the winter sale per your recommendation. But I guess those are our mostly lackluster written games, but also some gems in there,
Yeah.
which we can at least get one. Um, weird. So to dovetail with story and writing, we also do best character, and I think there were a lot of really good characters this year, despite very mediocre writing. And I don't completely understand how that happened, but I'm not going to argue with it. I really could have made a list of characters a mile long here, but I did have to limit it to three. And
I'm gonna send real quick. I'm gonna send you a picture of Moses,
oh boy,
just
I'm
so
excited.
you know what he looks like.
I'm excited.
But anyway, go on.
No, I want to see the picture first.
Okay.
It sounds like I've got a burglar in my kitchen.
It's me.
Oh man, he looks like a fucking okay. He looks way rattier than I was expecting him to.
Yeah.
Okay. I full I was 1000% just picturing Ted in my head, but no, that looks more like a badger or a beaver.
Yeah.
Well, I'm curious what your number one character is going to be then. Anyway, my number three character is so year before last, Digital Eclipse put out a game called Atari 50 that was kind of like an interactive documentary about the history of Atari. Fantastic stuff. It has a lot of like documentary footage. And last year they did the same kind of thing, but it was revolving around the making of Karateka, which is the game that Jordan Mechner made before he kind of did Prince of Persia. Karateka is a really important game in its own right, despite like not kind of being the name that you would pull when talking about Jordan Mechner. But one of the things that happens is, well, I guess when Karateka was made, Jordan Mechner had his dad, Francis Mechner, who was like a legitimate concert pianist, do all of the music for it. As a result, when they go to like do a lot of this documentary stuff, they are interviewing both Jordan Mechner and his dad, Francis Mechner, and his dad is just absolutely fucking delightful the entire time and talks about Jordan Mechner, who's like definitely the name to pull in the way that you would expect someone's dad to talk about their kid, especially when like their dad is really old. Kind of like just telling stories about his kid when he's a kid.
Oh,
And
nice.
I think it's such a delightful addition. And nothing like with the Atari 51, you get a lot of the kind of like the legends themselves talking, but like being able to interview the legend's dad is such an interesting angle to take. And I would give Francis Mechner the number 3 character of 2023.
Okay. He gave someone's dad a character in
Yes.
2023.
He's fucking excellent. Like, do whatever. Jordan Mechner's okay. Like, yeah, sure. Talk about your rotoscoping, you fucking weirdo. But no, let's talk about the concert pianist father, who only understands video games like enough, but like got really, really into the limited like musical note selection he could do on a fucking Apple II to
Okay.
compose these soundtracks. But Hunter, what's your number 3?
So, real quick, I want to give an honorary mention to Roller Ricky from Killer Frequency, mostly because he doesn't really have enough to actually chart, but I do like him. Um, but my number 3 is Lewis from Fire Emblem Engage because he is the knight that you get really early on, but his whole shtick, they changed it in the English localization to be people watching, but his whole shtick initially is that he likes watching women interact with each other
Yes.
because he's a big Yuri enjoyer.
Based. I really hope
So
none of this is coming through on the connection.
so I like him because not only is his personality fun in that he's just a lot of his supports are people like Lewis, you're kind of creepy. It's like, what do you mean? Would you like tea? And then, but he's also like your rock because not a whole lot of characters early on have very good defense. And with the break mechanic that they introduced in Engage, knights can't be broken. So he's very reliable.
Who'd you pair him with?
I don't remember because I have not played Engage since it came out.
I like Lewis was also one of my like he was in my party the entire fucking game. He is a rock. I gave him the knight the knight spirit. Whoever I forget which one it is. But it
Oh,
was the thing it's the thing that lets him haul ass across the map.
Sigurd.
Yes, Sigurd. So you can just pair up with Sigurd, pop the engage, send him completely into enemy territory, and then just leave him.
Yeah,
Everyone will swarm onto him. He'll kill all of them and take no damage. Truly
no,
an incredible soldier.
nothing wrong with giving a knight 12 movement.
Yeah, it's just God, Engager's. I don't think I have a single category on here. No, okay, never mind. Yes, never mind.
Okay.
I can get there
I
later.
was gonna say, writing wise, Engage wasn't good,
No,
but gameplay
terrible.
wise,
I meant to bring that up how we got a Fire Emblem game this year, and I don't want to talk about the writing, and there's not a Fire Emblem character in my top 3.
well, there you
But
go. You got one.
um, I think I like this category because you can bring up things like, oh, I really like, about how well a character is written, but then you can also talk about them mechanically, and that's what my number 2 is here for. Is Kimberly from Street Fighter 6. Kimberly is she is a ninja who is also from the streets.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah, that
she does
lady.
a lot of ninja shit, but then also all of her like kind of her smoke bombs and like her projectiles are rattle cans of spray paint. So she's constantly just doing super colorful stuff. Her super involves like, I mean, she beats the shit out of you, does all this like flippy ninja shit, and then just like sprays a tag over you when you're on the ground. Um, she is a like super aggressive um character who's like one of her kind of core movement things is that she has a thing where she can run at you and then from there pop into like five different things. So playing as her, you're kind of just like starting that run forward and then making your opponent have to guess what you're going to do. And you can slide down, you can run up them, you can like flip around and grab them, you can just teleport into something else. She's not my Street Fighter 6 main, but she's like maybe the character that I want to like learn the most just because of how cool she is and how flashy and splashy she is. After she executes her level 3 super, she gets a permanent buff for the remainder of like the fight where she is listening to her fucking Walkman. It changes the background music and it just ups her damage. If two Kimberlys are playing against each other and they both activate their level 3, you get a unique song that is both of them. And you know, she sits there in her idle animation, changes to dancing to it. She is just fantastic.
There's a
Great
lot
new
of
addition to the roster.
there's a lot of neat like little details like that in Street Fighter 6. But then it's like you play it and I was like, I still don't. I'm not big on fighting games still. Like it's fun, but I'm not gonna like devote the time needed to get really good at it.
I don't know what's your number two.
My number two is Ayaka from World of Horror because she's one of the characters you have to unlock. You unlock her by getting five or more curses in a single run, which curses are magical, like stat debuffs, essentially. Or, well, some of them are a lot worse than debuffs. But anyway, uh, her gimmick is that she wants to be cursed because she starts with the Onyx Medallion, which gives you two new curses each mystery, and then you can also cure one. But her personal perks, one of them increases all your stats depending on how many curses you have. Another one makes combat moves deal extra damage and are faster depending on how many curses you have. And then another one is completing a mystery lowers the doom that you get depending on how many curses you have. So with her Onyx Medallion giving her two new curses each mystery, you can get to the point where like stats start in World of Horror maybe like 3 to 5 range. And then if you get all that, you can get all your stats up to like 12 and be pretty much unkillable.
She's got a sick jacket, it looks like.
Yeah.
I love the just slow realization that I did not actually know what World of Horror was. Um, and how this game is not at all what I thought it was about. And it's making me want to go play World of Horror.
There's one of the other World of Horror characters I thought of putting on here has like a unique mechanic exclusive to him, but I decided to go with Ayaka instead because that curse thing is way too fun. But one of them he's like a priest, so he has a special faith stat as well, in addition to the regular ones.
Okay. Fuck. Yeah, this game. Okay, I didn't realize this. Okay, I'm gonna play World of Horror, I think. Um, but I guess that'll bring us around to number ones. So I know I talked about this in story and writing, but my number one is James Savage, for the lead character of El Paso Elsewhere. Um, he is a delightful everyman slash like noir drug addict monster killer, who again was dating the Queen of Vampires and also was doing that for like a year before knowing she was the Queen of Vampires.
Damn.
He's got really strong opinions on G1 Transformers. Just a great guy all around. The weird like emotional heart and center of the Max Payne slow-mo shooty game where you kill werewolves, and just a delight to be around. Character I would like to hang out with very certainly. I'm not sure that I can necessarily say a whole lot about him that I didn't say in the story writing category. But James
Okay.
Savage of El Paso Elsewhere is the best character in a year of very, very good characters.
Okay. So my number one, you could probably guess based on the writing and whatnot, is Moses from
Yeah.
Stasis Bone Totem. Because he gets very good moments with another character you meet in the game named Ferran,
Hmm.
who wants you to help him escape. And they end up like reassuring each other and helping each other out through very stressful times while never actually like meeting face to face, like
Oh.
all through radio chatter. Like Moses is, because of how Hope died, how he got swept out in the ocean, she tried to save him and drowned. He is very afraid of water.
Hmm.
But Ferran helps him through that.
I would also imagine that a an AI very not super prone to water to begin with.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's a fuzzy bear.
He's a fuzzy bear, can't swim very well.
Yeah, but he is very early on when Charlie tells Mac is like, "Hey, I upgraded Moses so he could hack computers." It's as Moses is hacking a computer and he goes, "I am a very smart bear now."
Mm. Okay, I'm super into him. I think AI in a stuffed animal is a very, very good premise as a character.
Well, I think that does it for characters, right?
Um, you know
You
what?
got any
We're not
honorary
we're not
mentions?
we're not doing a jazz session, so I think it's fine if we do honorable mentions. This isn't like so okay, Final Fantasy 16, right? There's a
Yeah,
Cid because there's always a Cid. There's always another Lighthouse, there's always another Cid. Um, his name is Sidolphus.
that's stupid.
He is one of the icons. He is the icon for the big lightning summon. And he's very, very fun, very, very good. And the thing that I specifically just want to bring up is that he has a daughter. So he's named Sid, right?
Yeah,
And so what's he gonna call his daughter? This and it's not Sydney like they did in Final
no,
Fantasy
okay.
15.
That was gonna be my
No, no,
guess.
no. It's Mid.
So Sid and Mid.
Sid and Mid. Um, I don't necessarily like I just wanted to say that into the ether to get it off my chest since I know no one else played Final Fantasy 16.
Oh, Ether, just like Final Fantasy.
Just like Final Fantasy. I was also in I almost put in Marissa as my Street Fighter 6 character who is a big beefy lady who just wants to get married.
Oh, nice. She just like me, for real, for
Yeah, for
real.
real, for real. She has her costume 3 is just a big wedding dress. Her hair is in the shape of a Roman like Legion helmet. It's
Nice.
very silly. So yeah, we can just do honorable mentions.
Okay. Because I think Roller Ricky is the only honorable mention I had.
I
Because
looked up
he,
a character of him. He's got a cool sweatband.
yeah, he calls in and she's like, "Hey, I'm Roller Ricky," and then he gives his backstory and whatnot, and then she's like, "Oh, that's good for you, Roller Ricky.
Thank you, Roller Ricky.
Thank you for this moment of levity and this night of murder."
The emotional heart of Killer Frequency. Um, this is gonna move us right into it's always probably one of the best categories, but it's best weapon or tool or item. This is what if a character was a gun. This is
Every
just
year.
while characters can definitely have a mechanical bend to them, this one is just like it's gonna be a cool fucking thing. And this year was a hell of a year for cool mechanics. Um, it was very, very difficult to limit this to just three, but I was able to do it. Um, and my number three. So okay, every single fucking time we do a game of the year, I'm never like super confident on if I'm skating to rules by nominating a Destiny expansion or not, and every year I do it anyway. And this year I'm definitely doing it because they added a new like elemental subclass in Destiny called Strand. It's none of it necessarily matters that much. But the thing that's super important is you can replace your grenade with a grappling hook.
Ooh.
Um, you can then proceed to do all of the shit that you want to be doing in a video game when you have a grappling hook. Grappling hooks are like the best thing in video games. When players are on their little speeder bikes, you can grapple onto their speeder bike and have them pull you around and fucking slingshot really fast. It is completely like broken open all of the like previous platforming challenges of the game that were not designed for you to have a grappling hook. It's fucking phenomenal. And they know what they got, and it's why they're charging fucking $50 for a fucking expansion so that you can have a grappling hook. It's like the first time they've done a thing where they change one of your combat skills into something that works outside of combat. Also, when you're in combat, you can fucking grapple onto enemies and like fly up to them, fucking punch them in the face, do a bunch of other cool shit, whip around them. Grappling hooks in video games are cool.
Grappling hooks are cool.
Yeah. And it's on, you can do some really crazy builds to get on a really short cooldown to just do all sorts of shit. Grappling hooks are great. And giving you one in your space guns game is cool. And that expansion mostly sucks, but Strand is probably the most fun subclass they've ever designed for Destiny.
0G grappling hooks.
It's so busted. It's so great. It finally allows you to do like a full melee build in Destiny, which is nutty. But Hunter, what's your number 3 weapon or tool?
So my number 3 is I'll probably talk about this game more later. Yeah. Because I was very skeptical about this game when I first started hearing about it, which I'll go into more depth later. But it's the slide dash jump from Pseudo Regalia. Where
this is that game. Okay.
Yeah. So Pseudo Regalia is like a Metroidvania 3D platformer kind of deal.
Yeah, the low poly one.
Yeah, it's not a huge game. It's pretty small, but it's very movement based.
Mm-hmm.
Like you start out just running and then you get like a slide dash to, go under stuff. But then you start getting like double jumps and you can kick off walls and you can like do a slide dash jump thing. And there's never tells you this, but if you slide dash and then jump backwards, you get like a super jump instead of just the regular one. And it's like, oh, whoa, shit. Okay.
Watching this like the preview video of just like the rabbit just going nuts.
Yeah. It's like, I'll talk about the game more later, but I was very skeptical on it at first, and I think you can tell why.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say it looks bad.
Yeah.
And also maybe a little horny.
Oh yeah, that's why I was skeptical about it. Because I saw people saying it was good, and then I saw the main character is like, now is this good or
is it like Haiti good?
Yeah, or is it good because people want to bone the rabbit?
Yeah, they want to fuck the rabbit. This actually does look pretty fun. I've got this on my wish list, and it looks like I've got 3 friends that have it on the wish list as well.
I think it's only like $6 or something.
Yeah, it's $6. Gotta wait for the sale.
Oh, yeah, true.
Gotta wait.
Price. Oof.
Yeah, never. Not in this household. No amount of money will make me pay full price. No. So my number 2. I think I could like preface this whole thing in a lot of ways, but I guess I really like Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Okay.
And specifically, there is a thing in Evangelion where, and I realize this isn't exclusive to Evangelion, but like, cause like, Gundam does it also, where you have your giant robot and then you just give your giant robot a proportional gun.
Yeah.
And something about that is endlessly funny to me because there has to be like a better way to do it than just making a big proportional gun to the giant robot. But regardless, Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon, you can this is the first Armored Core I've like ever spent meaningful time with because From Software knows how to make video games now. And it has a lot of this exact thing of what if you just had your robot with a large gun? But of all of the guns, what if your robot just had dual shotguns?
Ooh.
The build that I ended up going with for the bulk of it, there are a variety of shotguns in the game, but specifically, I got the fastest and most nimble machine I could possibly build with legs and all of that.
Yeah.
Gave it these two super close range shotguns that do a fuck ton of damage, and then just proceed to zip around like Zone of the Ender style, rolling up on fools, blasting them with two shotguns, killing them in one hit, zipping around to the next one, and just rinse and repeat for the entire fucking game. When you get into boss fights, it you can fall back on your Dark Souls skills of just like dodging the big attacks out of the way and then just fucking pumping these people full of your two gigantic shotguns.
Ah, yes, shotgun, my favorite Dark Souls weapon.
Yes, but I mean, and that's what it's like. It feels and looks so goofy fundamentally. But it of all of the like they give you swords and like other like anime mecha nonsense, but none of it is quite as good, useful or as satisfying to use as the SG-027 Zimmerman shotgun. Two of them specifically, because yeah, we got to dual wield shotguns
Well,
in
yeah,
this household.
obviously.
Fuck shields, fuck swords, all that other shit. There's also like two tiny shotguns you can get that like you can kind of rapid fire, but nah, no, give me the big shotguns. I want to kill
Give me
shit in
the,
one hit.
give me those beefy boys.
Yeah, it's just fucking fantastic. It's functionally like a double-barreled shotgun for your giant.
Nice.
I love it. But what's your number two weapon or tool, Hunter?
My number two, there were a lot of options from Fire Emblem Engage. Like Sigurd could have been on here because
Mhm.
of, like we mentioned earlier with Lewis, uh, plenty of the actual items themselves, swords or whatnot themselves. But instead, I went with the dog mine.
Oh, you, so when I started up Engage and like I got to the game at like much later than release, and I asked you for pro tips, and the dog mine was the only thing that you said I needed to do immediately, and I did not understand what you were talking about until I understood what you were talking about.
Yeah, so in game, after every fight, you can go back to your little somnial, I think it's called.
Whatever.
It's
Your hub.
your bachelor pad.
Yeah.
Um, and there's this area where you can have animals out, and after each fight, the animal will have dropped in like something relating to them. Like if it's a cow, they'll have milk. If it's a
Mhm.
chicken, it'll be an egg. Cats will grab fish. Except dogs. Dogs will drop iron, steel, or silver ore, which you need to upgrade weapons, which means they're the most valuable animal because money and ore are very limited in this game. And if you want to, especially if you're doing like a lunatic or a maniac run, you want to have the best chances possible, which means stronger weapons, which means you set five dogs out
Yeah.
and you go do a shitty little skirmish or whatever, and you come back to potentially five more silver ores. And that is the dog mine because
Yeah.
while you're out fighting, those dogs are mining.
Yeah. They could have very easily like had the dogs bringing you like because whatever I would believe that yeah you send out some dogs that bring you like some items.
Yeah.
There's not like a good reason why it's ores other than like something would have to get you ores, I guess. But yeah, no, it set five dogs in there and then never look back.
Yeah.
So useful. Uh, I guess on the topic of extremely useful, so we talked earlier about fighting games and like learning fighting games, and I gave you a look. And I
Yeah.
did have you at least like come over so you can see what the fuck I'm talking about because I was gonna insist that everyone knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Um, I have been a Mortal Kombat player my entire life. I like playing Mortal Kombat because it's like checkers when Street Fighter is like chess. I've never been a Street Fighter fan. I've never particularly enjoyed six button fighting games just because it's too much going on. Light, medium, heavy punches, light, medium, heavy kicks. It's just a lot for me. Um,
Yeah.
And I like Mortal Kombat because it's a 4 button fighter. It's optimized for controllers, and it's always been a fighting game of choice for that reason. But this year, or last year, rather, 2023, we saw the release of Street Fighter 6. And with the release of Street Fighter 6, they introduced a new control scheme called modern controls, or as we call them, woke controls. The crux of it is that it changes it to I'm gonna just say 4 button fighter. I'm overlooking an insane amount of nuance, but we're gonna just say 4 button fighter, where you get a light attack, a medium attack, a heavy attack, and then you have a special attack button. To summarize it really quickly, it makes it play a lot like a Smash Brothers game, where rather than like doing a quarter circle forward punch to throw a fireball, you can just hit the special button and you'll throw a fireball. Rather than doing a Z scoop punch to do a Shoryuken, you can just hit forward and the special button. Uh, there's some other nuances where it sets everyone's supers to just be 2 buttons in a direction. So you get universal supers throughout all the characters. It unifies the control scheme across characters. So like whether I'm playing Ryu, whether I'm playing Zangief or anything like that, I know that this is a light attack, this is a medium attack, this does my specials. I can kind of figure out stuff from there. And it absolutely made me fall in love with Street Fighter. I played so much fucking Street Fighter. I am currently signed up to go to Evo this year and compete in Street Fighter. I
Ooh.
am 3 ranks away from the highest conceivable rank online, playing a modern controls Ryu and just relying on my fundamentals. It takes all of the execution out of the game to make it so that you can focus on the actual like kind of mental stack and like reaction, your footsies. Like you don't have to worry about like whiffing a fucking fireball. You don't have to worry about like you think about when to do a fireball, when to do a shoryuken, not how to do them. And it has really allowed me to get completely engrossed. And I am hanging now with, people who've been playing Street Fighter, for a decade. Like I've got a friend who will play on the classic controls, with normal 6 button setup, but I can get in there and we will go toe to toe the entire night, with me on modern controls, him on classic. And I think that the way they have allowed Street Fighter to become more accessible with this is absolutely phenomenal. I know that like a couple other games have kind of done like auto combo-y stuff. I know Persona 4 Arena does some of this. Under Night in Birth 1 and 2 do this a little bit, but going as far as to completely like doing a new control scheme, it is the reason why I played a bunch of Street Fighter and bounced off extremely quickly on Mortal Kombat.
Okay.
Modern controls are fucking amazing, and I know that you got to see them a little bit when you played that little bit of Street Fighter.
Yeah, they're neat. I can definitely see the appeal. It's just like I said, I don't getting good at a fighting game, even with like the modern controls, is way too much of a time investment for me.
That's reasonable. That's reasonable. I guess, and I just like it as someone who's played a lot of Smash Brothers in his life, where I can understand, move back and forth, hit a button to fucking do a move. But what is your best weapon or tool from this season?
So my number one, I kind of went into this earlier with characters, but it's in World of Horror when you're using Ayaka and you get all those curses and you get your stats get absurd and you can just never lose. People call that curse maxing. So my
Yes.
number one is curse maxing
The concept of curse maxing.
because you just stack as many magical ailments on top of yourself as possible, and then you just like punch a ghost to death in one hit.
Look, we have played a lot of Risk of Rain. We understand the value in just doing as much of something as possible, like reveling in the excess.
Yeah.
Okay, I
You
need to play World of Horror, clearly.
you just stack batteries and whatever, and then you get the disposable missile launcher.
I didn't I didn't know it was a roguelike.
Yeah.
Or rather, I didn't know it was run based. I thought it was like a traditional JRPG.
All right. I lied earlier. I do have an honorary mention for this category.
Oh, yeah, I've got a bunch, so go for it.
Okay, so my honorary mention would also kind of fit in character, but it's mostly the tool, in that it's the Robo Mando from Risk of Rain Returns. It is a new character that is secret. You have to unlock him over 2 runs.
Ooh,
You have to like shit. How do you unlock him again? Let me find this real quick.
this is a
So he's
robotic version of the Commando, I'm guessing.
yeah, he's like 2 feet tall.
Okay.
He's just like a little, kind of looks like a toy, but he looks otherwise the same as the Commando. But you have to like open this chest on easy on like stage 4 or something, and you'll get like
That's
a
fast.
battery. Yeah, you'll get a battery. And then on the 5th stage, you have to go to a different chest that's kind of hidden, and you have to put the battery in there. And then you have to die. And then on the next run, you have to do it on, I don't remember if it needs to be on hard or if it's normal, but you then can find the battery again. You have to pick up the battery. You have to leave the 3rd stage at exactly 22 minutes just so you can guarantee you'll go to the right place.
Mhm.
You'll go to the right, I think it's like the lava map or something, to where you can find the Robomando sitting there and you put the battery in there and he activates, then you have to let him kill you.
Oh,
And then once you do, you unlock him. And the reason I put him under tools is because he's generally just a shitty version of the Commando. Like his stuff has worse range, worse damage, stuff like that, except his utility skill, which do you remember the skill from the captain in Risk of Rain 2 that lets you like drop a thing that can open anything for
oh
free?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's that.
Okay, yeah, yes, amazing. I'm happy to see that ability on a character that's maybe a little more fun to play,
Yeah.
which is to say the Commando, because the Commando's great.
Yeah, like I said, Robomando, other than that ability, is just like a shittier commando. But he's a tiny little robot guy and he can open anything for free.
We've got a good year for tiny little robot guys who hack things.
Yeah, actually.
That with You're the tiny little robot guy. Um, I guess I can just rattle off a few weapons or tools. There's a rifle in El Paso Elsewhere that kills every enemy in one hit. There you can give Kiryu like weird rocket boots that like give him weird like rocket boot powers. There is a grappling hook weapon in Lies of P that's really fun to use because as we covered, grappling hooks are amazing.
Oh,
Uh, and they completely changed how the knife works in Resident Evil 4 for the remake, and you can parry a chainsaw with it, and
oh
it's
yeah, and
very silly to watch.
it's got like a durability meter too.
Yeah, they completely reworked the knife, and it's really great. Uh, all of those things are fantastic. There's also an oh shit button in Street Fighter 6 that gives you like armor and lets you do fucked up shit. But that's gonna cover it for our weapons or tools. And now we're gonna take a little bit of a little break, and we're gonna talk about some things that didn't happen in 2023
Ooh.
and kind of do our old game categories. Um, so I played mostly new games. There were a couple exceptions to that, which I'm gonna talk about now, but nothing that I was like I it look, 2024 is my year where I'm going to be talking about all my fucking backlog games, so I don't want to like belabor the point too much in 2023. But my number three is so playing Street Fighter. I got really into fighting games this year, and got a group of like-minded individuals that I play fighting games with. Built my own fight stick, and we've played a lot of older fighting games. And being on the internet and running in fighting game adjacent circles, but specifically just like being a big Capcom fan like I am, I have heard people talk about Darkstalkers for a really long time with a lot of reverence.
Yeah.
And one of the games that we got into and played a lot of was Vampire Savior 2, or it's the newest Darkstalkers game. And I fucking get it now. I understand why these people are so weird about Darkstalkers and why they want to do Darkstalkers so badly. Capcom should make a new fucking Darkstalkers. All of the characters are super weird. They're weird like Universal movie monsters, but then also like a little anime, but then also kind of horny.
Yeah, like
Um,
Felicia.
Yeah, like Felicia, but also, like the British zombie, also like Dimitri, also like it's just a little horny. Like the way
Yeah.
that like older Japanese games often are. Um Super fun to play. It's a four-button fighting game. Very, very easy to just get in and do shit and have cool shit happen. A couple of the characters are completely fucking busted, but I became a mild Darkstalkers fan this year, and it's like I can at least walk away saying I fucking get it now. I should absolutely make a new Darkstalkers.
Never ever though.
Never ever though. Hunter, what's a game not released in 2023 that I hope you played?
So I didn't know if this one counted because it's just a mod for a different game.
If I
But
can count Destiny, sure.
okay, so Mountain Blade Warband is very moddable. Uh, there are a bunch of total conversion mods like Warcraft, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, stuff like that.
The things you'd
That's
expect.
yeah. Then there's this one where there's a little Japanese shmup franchise called
I
Touhou.
was gonna say, oh god, is it a fucking Two-Who mod?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is kind of bullshit because like the Touhou characters, like the actual named ones that show up in the game are
There's
obviously
Cerno.
in the mod. Yeah, like Cerno and stuff. Uh they're pretty bullshit in game. They're super fast. They hit like a truck. A lot of the time they have like hundreds of HP where most units will have like 60. And they also a lot of them also have bullshit abilities like, oh, there's a 50% chance that I just won't take damage from this swing, or I reflect half the damage I take back to whoever hit me, or I have a spell that's literally a nuke and it kills pretty much everyone on the field. But then you get to start playing with that stuff and it's like, okay, I get it now. This bullshit, but in a fun way.
I I know very little about Mountain Blade. I played a little bit of it in my day, very, very little of it. I know that like y'all love it. Does it look as shitty as I hope it does?
Oh God, it's horrible.
Fuck yeah. Okay.
Like some of the characters, you can tell that whoever was making the models really liked because they're pretty decent models. And then there are other ones where it looks like someone fucked up making the Blender donut.
Nice.
And they're like, yeah, that's good enough. Let's go. Next model. And it's like, oh, gee, ooh, ah.
I would never have expected these two things to cross over.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there
Like,
some good Black MIDI in there?
I mean, there are some like remixes of Tuhu songs, but I don't know if that counts as Black MIDI.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure a couple of them are like just straight up like ports of like someone just ripped the Tuhu song and just put it in the mod.
Cool.
They're
Okay.
working on one for Bannerlord, but I don't think they've really made a whole bunch of progress.
I never hear people talk about Bannerlord.
And I don't really play it that often because I need to upgrade my PC first
Oh,
because
okay.
it kind of runs like shit on my stuff.
Okay. But no, I think we can count that. We don't have
Okay.
like a good clean thing for like expansions or mods or updates. So yeah, I think that's fine. Um, my number two, fuck. We like Limbo in this household. We always talk about like Limbo and Inside and like
Yeah.
that genre of game. And I didn't. So I played Grease.
Oh, yeah.
I played Grease for the first time this year. Stunningly beautiful visuals. But I guess I didn't realize that that's just like a Limbo.
Oh, is
Um,
it?
yeah, or I mean, it's I would say it's more platforming than puzzles, but it's a fucking Limbo. It's one of those. Or rather, it's enough one of those that I would say if you like those, play Grease,
Okay.
Precious Hamburgers. Uh, it's more Limbo than Somerville is, I guess. I can definitely say that. But yeah, that game came out fucking like it feels like 10 years ago. Maybe it's a lot newer than that.
The game
But
definitely came out a while ago.
it's one of those things that I habitually have seen on like good indie lists, good visuals, like everything about this is like, yeah, I should probably have at least fucked with this. And I finally fucked with it. And yep, it's pretty good. If you like that kind of thing. If nothing else, the visuals and the audiovisual presentation of it are really, really, really good looking. Beautiful game. So yeah, people
Uh,
should play that.
Came
Some
out December 2018.
Jesus, it
So
feels much older. Well, I guess 2018 is also
yeah, it's like
that's
what,
not 2 years ago.
6? Is that 6 years ago? Am I doing math right?
Time zero marches forward. Okay, but yeah, people should play that. It's not very long, and I think it's on Game Pass, but it's also probably very cheap often.
I know it's $15, not on sale on
Yeah,
Steam.
pay full price for it. It's a good game. It's a good time.
No, we don't pay full price in
We
this
don't pay
household.
full price for Games Hero. How can I forget? Hunter, what's your number two? Did you pay full price for it?
Probably. I don't know. I don't remember when I bought this game. It's KOTOR 2, and I'm counting it because this is the first time I've played it where I've actually like read what abilities do and stuff.
Okay.
And I actually put thought into like a build instead of just being like, I just keep want to play, hit recommended, let's go. But I'm putting it because, pretty decent writing. It's a fun Star Wars game. I think they improved a lot on what BioWare had with KOTOR 1. But again, I actually read what abilities did this time, and I realized, oh, Handmaiden is trained in hand-to-hand combat. You
Yeah.
probably shouldn't give her a weapon for a long time unless you make her a Jedi, because she has a special ability where every unarmed strike has a chance of knocking down an enemy.
She's a monk.
Yeah, exactly. But I never read that, so I was like, yeah, she gets a stick.
Yeah. She's a monk.
Or
Monk have stick.
or this force power that I thought sounded lame because it's called force speed. Oh, who cares? You can run faster. It gives you, when maxed out, it gives you 2 extra attacks during combat, and it increases the chance for you to hit and your defense. And I just never read it. Just,
I've still never played KOTOR 2.
I don't think you would like it at all. Just based on how you feel about most RPGs, I don't think you would like it at all.
Okay, never mind then.
I
I
mean, give it a
played
try.
I played KOTOR 1 a long time ago.
Did you like it?
It was a really long time ago.
I mean, if you liked it, liked KOTOR 1, you'll probably like KOTOR 2. Can't see it. Can't see it. It's
Eh.
all blocked. Nice fork.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
ignore the fork that I've been fidgeting with. Got it. I don't have KOTOR 1, actually. Only got KOTOR 2.
I don't remember if it was KOTOR 2. My Xbox copy of KOTOR 2 or Jade Empire that got too scratched to play.
I also have an Xbox copy of Jade Empire.
Ooh. Should replay that and put that on next year's
They're
Gobi.
both fucking backwards compatible. I could pop that shit in my Xbox right now and
Shit.
play them. I'm not going to, but I could. That's
The
cool.
option is there.
Actually should play Jade Empire. I never really played Jade Empire.
I mean, was it good?
I
don't remember.
so in my mind, Jade Empire is the best Avatar game that ever got made.
Okay.
In my mind.
That does kind of fit. It has less about like learning other abilities though, but you are like a kind of spiritual monk guy.
I should play Jade Empire. I should really explore BioWare's catalog like more in depth.
They used to be good.
Hey, does I I think my Mass Effect Andromeda thing goes up in 2 days. So I'm not gonna belabor it now. Whatever. Games that didn't come out in the year 2023. Mass
Yeah.
Effect Andromeda is one of those, but no, it's not what I'm going to talk about. Um, in playing fighting games, we kind of started playing like other. We had like a really good era there where like Gang Beasts ruled the world, and like we played so many like really good kind of like couch competitive games.
Mhm.
Um, and there's a game that came out in 2022 called Spider Heck.
Oh yeah.
And this game would have fucking done numbers if we had had it in the era where we were playing Gang Beast like every 2 days.
That shit's
Uh,
good.
yeah, Spider Hack. It is a physicsy like arena thing where you can fight each other. You have guns, you have swords. Everything kind of feels floaty and shitty and weird, but you're a spider and you can like shoot web and like physics like swing around shit is kind of the crux of it. It
Like
has
if
a
you had a
PvE mode
grappling
that's really
hook.
good. Huh?
It's like if you had a grappling hook built into you.
Yes, year of grappling hook references. So yeah, we've just ended up like playing a shit ton of Spider Heck this year. We're almost at like the highest difficulty of the PvE stuff. But the PvP is super duper fun, and it's just one of those games like I wish we had this, you know, 7, 8 years ago when we were doing a lot of the just, hey, we're all gonna come over and just fucking sit on the couch and play Jackbox or Gang Beasts or what have you for 8 hours.
Yeah.
Would have done fucking numbers then.
Back in
Still
the
good
good
though.
old days.
Good old days before the cookie mines. Cookie mines, no. Cookie dragons, yes.
Oh.
It's deep. What's your number one?
My number one, I'm counting it because although I did not play it for the first time last year, I did buy it on Steam and replay it for the first time last year, and it's Soul Nomad. It is the only Nippon Ichi software game that I actually like. Well, that I've played. I've heard Phantom Brave is good, but I've never played it. But it is an SRPG, but instead of when you put a person down on the map,
Oh, it's Disgaea people.
yeah,
Okay.
when you put a unit down on the map, it's not just that unit. There's a whole squad with them, up
Oh,
to like I think a nine up by I think it goes up to like a 3x3 grid per like room, quote unquote, that they're in, which you can change what the room that unit is in does, like what room it is, and that changes what bonus or negative that room gives you. But I've played it before, and I was like, hey, this is actually cool because unlike a lot of Disgaeas and stuff like that, you don't just need to mindlessly grind in order to keep going.
mhm.
Like the main story is your kind of typical, oh, you gotta stop these bad dudes. You get a sword right at the start, who a guy is sealed in it. His name is Gig. He's a huge asshole. He's played by Yuri Lowenthal. Um, every time he
Perfect.
starts talking, he's like, "Hey, give me your body. I want your body. You're a dick. Give me your body." And then you're just like, "No." And then when you do like a typical good guy thing, he chimes like, "Oh, you guys are making me gag. This sucks." But then on New Game Plus, when you get the sword, a new dialogue option pops up, and you can actually do an evil route, which is way harder than the good route. It's like, oh, this is cool. But unfortunately, you can kind of tell they probably added this in kind of as an afterthought because most of it is just kind of like the end segment. Like
Mm.
there's not a whole lot of cutscenes. There are harder fights, obviously, but like in between is a lot of just portraits talking to each other and then reacting to something that totally happened.
I've still never played a Disgaea. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
like
missing
strategy.
much.
I like strategy RPGs in general, but I feel like I've oh, whatever. We'll get to a different category.
I was gonna say I don't know. I have not played a single Disgaea that I've liked.
Prinny.
Isn't that one just like an action side scroller?
No, but isn't he from Disgaea?
Yeah.
There you go.
They say dude and they explode when
Yeah, dude.
thrown.
That's what they say.
DOOD.
I think it doesn't help that every Disgaea fan I've ever encountered sucks.
Yeah.
I'm not going to name
Yeah.
names, but I'm thinking of one that I worked with at a fry cook job. Anyway,
What a
those are
good
the
save.
yeah, honorable mentions. Um, I didn't really play that many old games. A Short Hike was okay.
Yeah. I played a little bit of Fight Night and that game's cool.
Like the boxing game?
Yeah. No, Fight and the Knight, like KNIGHT. Like you are a knight who is cursed to be unable to use weapons, so you punch your enemies to death.
Okay. Oh
That's
yeah, okay. It's like a boomer shooter but a puncher.
yeah, the game's kind of cool.
Okay.
Didn't play a whole lot of it though, but
Eh, shout out to Fight Night. It's gonna move us
not the
over.
not the actual boxing one, but the
Yeah. No, whatever. Now's not the time or the place to talk a ton of shit on Fight Night. Um, so we're gonna go move into our kind of our part two or our companion piece to the game not released in 2023, where we're gonna talk about remasters and ports, which not quite fully fledged 2024 releases, but also they're bringing some kind of older heat here, and it was an insane banger for remasters and ports to the point that I, at a certain point, I just had to stop listening them because it was like, this isn't going to be better than any of these other things. The bar is so impossibly high for these.
yeah.
So I'm going to start out with my number three, which is we're going to see the second appearance of a Yakuza game. We're going to talk about Like a Dragon Ishin.
Ooh.
Ishin is a port of the Japanese only historical Yakuza game where it takes place in samurai times, shortly after Japan is kind of opening up for trade with different countries. It it is featuring actual like historical Japanese people and events, but all of the models are different people throughout the Yakuza franchises. So like you're playing as Kiryu, but it's not Kiryu, it is a specific Japanese individual. And just am saying specific Japanese individual because I don't remember his name. And they haven't localized these games. I'm gonna say for maybe good reason because they very much assume you know a lot of Japanese history already. Uh,
Oh.
I had to play this game with Wikipedia open because they do not necessarily explain a lot of this history because they are assuming you already know it. And I totally get that, and that's totally fine. Uh, I'm not necessarily the audience for that. I can I can imagine people would maybe have some questions or have a Wikipedia open for Assassin's Creed 3 if they were not familiar with United States history. I totally understand it. But they very much present it assuming that you know this. Ultimately, I'm super happy they actually localized this game. It is insanely fun to play. They give you four different like combat styles that you can use between like one samurai sword, two samurai sword, a gun, and then a gun and a samurai sword.
Ooh.
But then it's like normal Yakuza gameplay, but what if instead of like punching people, you just did like sick gun combos and were like spinning around. Your gun has infinite ammo, and you're just doing cool shit. Insanely fun to play. The story kind of does some fun twists by using certain Yakuza models in characters that are similar to their Yakuza counterparts, but then they also will do it in different ways that prey on your expectations. Where it's like, oh, actually, we're going to have this person be a little bit different from what you're expecting. And it's a really just solid individual entry and super fun to play. Super happy they localized it, and I hope that they localize their other Japanese game Kenzen, which was a PS3 era release that I actually have over on my shelf that I've never played because I'm not reading all of that Japanese and keeping a Wikipedia page up.
Why not?
Little difficult for me, but super
Um,
happy they localized that. I think it's super cool that they are at a point with that franchise where they can bring over the really like not accessible games to the Western audience and have them do well.
by the way, his name is Sakamoto Ryoma.
Yeah, Ryoma Sakamoto, that's what it is. And also, he goes by a different name for the bulk of that game.
He goes by Saito Hajime.
Yes.
I have the
Uh,
voice actor's Wikipedia page up.
and I know that these are famous Japanese historical figures. You encounter other famous Japanese historical figures. You go through famous Japanese historical events. I don't know anything about any of that. But they talk to you and explain the story very much like they are expecting you to know this already. But whatever, still a great time. Still highly recommend that game. But what's your number three game not or remaster port? That's what we're doing.
My number 3 is Rune Factory 3 Special.
Wouldn't be game of the year without Rune Factory being mentioned, baby.
Hell yeah.
We're
every
so
year,
fucking
baby.
back.
Every year, baby. But it's pretty much just a straight port. It's like up-resed and stuff because it was originally a DS game. They
Mhm.
did add like an even harder hard mode, and then like it's called Newlyweds mode. It's where after you marry someone, you get pretty much just like a small side story unlocked after the end of the game that with whoever you married. Because originally the story ends when you get married, and then there's like nothing after that. So like you get married, eventually if you keep playing, like you'll get a kid or two, but they don't do anything. They just kind of hang out. They don't help at the farm or really talk, hang
Are
out
you
with
listening,
people.
Jason?
What a coincidence. But yeah, Rune Factory 3 is really good. That's the
So
one
this one is
where,
Rune Factory. We're positive this year.
yes,
Okay.
Rune Factory 3 is the one where you're a guy who it kind of looks like a sheep, and then it turns out he is a sheep, like he's a sheep monster. But then when you turn into sheep monster form, he like punches shit to death, and it's like the most fun combat style. But
Okay.
then if you can't really talk to people until after the end of the game in sheep form, because they'll be like, "Oh, what a fuzzy sheep," and you'll be like, "They can't know I'm a monster."
Real wolf in sheep's clothing situation.
Real sheep in sheep's clothing.
Real sheep in the big city.
We got your leadership result and test results back. You all failed. It's a good joke.
I'm happy that we have a good Rune Factory this year. It's like are we going to get 6 more weeks of winter when if it's good or bad Rune Factory?
But
Um,
last winter lasted forever.
yeah. And look, we got a good Rune Factory, so we're never going to do another game of the year ever again. Um, my number two. Okay, so much like you will bring up Rune Fact, I mean, you could argue I bring up Yakuza every year.
Or
No,
Destiny.
because I think actually if I had like a stereotypical one to bring up, it would be Tetris is mentioned,
Yeah.
and Tetris is going to get honorably mentioned, but we're going to do my other brand right now. My number two. Okay. So Sonic Mania came out, right?
Yeah.
And it was fucking phenomenal. It was fantastic because it understood that when you can put a Sonic the Hedgehog game in a 16 by 9 frame instead of a 4 by 3 frame, you can do a lot more with the level design. You can go a lot faster because you can see what's coming, pretty far in advance. And what Sega decided to do is they did a remaster collection called the Sonic Origins Collection. It's Sonic's 1, 2, 3, and CD. But they're not just like, a straight, like, oh, we just collected these games and we're putting them back out. They actually got the Sonic Mania guy to go in and redo these games. They're in HD 16 by 9. They no longer like have a live system. Like they have like I guess what you'd say are like modern accoutrement and like design principles while still being like those original games, like those same maps, those same everything. Um they made it so like you can play through all of them as different characters. So like you can do Knuckles in Sonic CD or things like that. But I went through all four of the fucking games. They added like little challenges and things that you can do. Like I would compare them to like I mean I guess you just call them achievements, but kind of like do X on Y stage, and you get like some bonuses that can unlock concept art or like other modifiers. But basically, they went back and they fixed the original four Sonic games to be designed intelligently.
Okay.
And by putting them in an HD 16 by 9 setting, it makes all of those games work way better than they ever did originally. And we now have what I would describe what this Sonic fan would describe as the definitive versions of Sonic's 1 through 4. And at first when they announced this thing, it's like a $40 collection for these four games, which like if it was just straight ports, like the original things kind of repackaged, that would seem like a little crazy. But like they put in the fucking work on all four of these games, and they're fucking phenomenal. Like as someone who really liked Sonic CD to begin with, what if it was in 16 by 9 and was just really fucking good? They all run like 60 frames a second. Tons of and again, they fixed old Sonic games.
They finally did it.
They finally did it. Sonic is good.
Took them long enough.
Finally. Whenever you invoke anything related to Sonic Mania, Sonic gets good again. That's just what you have to do. I'm going to use this slightly because I don't think I have it on any other category, but they released a new Sonic game this year called Sonic, or this 2023, called Sonic Superstars, which is like a new old Sonic game. You play as like classic Sonic, and it's very much it's like a 2D side scroller.
Is that the one that had like co-op or something?
Yes, it's got four-player co-op like those Mario games, and it's in 16 by 9 obviously because it's HD. They zoom the camera in, so
Okay.
Sonic's now like really big, and even though you're in like a widescreen 16 by 9 setting, you don't get to see enough of the screen, and it is functionally 4 by 3 again.
Well,
And I'm
why?
so fucking mad. Like they had it figured out. They did like they realized like, oh, you can realize the speed and the level design here if you zoom the camera out and like let the player see all the shit going on. Zoomed it back in.
But why though?
They can't fucking do it. They can't make good Sonic games. They have to get other people to make the good ones.
What do you mean? Sonic Frontiers.
Okay, look, Sonic Frontiers is different, all right? That game's insane. That was 2022, right? Did I talk about it
I
then?
think
Yeah,
so.
surely I did.
Pretty sure.
That game's weird. Whatever. That's weird Sonic and also kind of bad, but also weird. Superstars is just frustrating. Okay. I've talked about Sonic enough. I don't think I'm talking about Sonic for the rest of any of this.
Yeah, it's
Hunter, what's your number
2022.
two?
My number two is Risk of Rain Returns
Fuck you.
because while I do think Risk of Rain 2 is still the better game, they did redo pretty much all of the art. They added, I think, all. No, most. They didn't add the captain of the Risk of Rain 2 characters into it, as well as a couple new ones like the Robomando, the pilot, and I don't remember what the last one's name is, but its gimmick is like timed items or like
Okay.
temporary items. It collects scrap when defeating or hitting enemies and then can use that to turn it into temp items. Um, they also added like Providence trials, which are essentially just, like little challenge levels. Some of them suck shit, but some of them are neat, and they'll either unlock an extra ability that you can swap to for the character that you play as in that, or like a color palette, stuff like that. Um, they also added a bunch of the Risk of Rain 2 items into Risk of Rain 1, and then added some new ones, some of which are useless. Like there's one that makes it so you leave little shock trail when you're climbing a rope, which I
That's
guess, I
very
mean,
specific.
like smaller enemies can climb ropes now too, so you're not like safe there, but also that item sucks anyway because it does like fuck all damage. But I don't know. It's like I said, I think Risk of Rain 2 is still better. I think that game fundamentally works better in 3D, but it is a neat like remake of Risk of Rain 1, partly because of all that and because the multiplayer is now
Real.
doesn't, yeah, it's real. It doesn't require you to like open ports on your Wi-Fi router or whatever.
I think that it's really cool that they did that Risk of Rain remaster. I think, but I bought it and I played it for maybe 30 minutes and then went, you know what? I would rather play Risk of Rain 2.
Yeah, fair.
But I think that what they did of like taking everything that they learned from Risk of Rain 2, which again, we're in agreement is the better game, and then backporting it to make this definitive version of the first game. Because like it's a different enough game from with the 2D kind of side scrolling perspective that like they really are quite different. But I think going and taking all of the good stuff they did from 2 and then backporting it is really cool. I can't really think of any other examples of doing something like that,
I can't either.
except maybe what if you like took all the good modern 2D Sonic designs, put them backwards onto the old game.
One of the neat things they added is that you can change how much damage you take or do. So like you can pump it up. You can pump the damage done up to like 500%, and then you can pump the damage you take up to 999%. So like anything's a one shot.
Yeah.
Or you can bump them both down to I think like 20 or 10 or something. But I know a lot of people being like, oh yeah, put it up to 200, 200. That way you're killing things fast, but you still die pretty quickly.
Yeah. Just kind of smooth out the experience.
Yeah, because like a lot of Risk of Rain 1, like, do you know that like guillotine item in 2 that lets you kill elites
Yes.
like immediately once they reach a certain thing? There was nothing like that in Risk of Rain
Mhm.
1. And if you're on a run long enough, there's all elite enemies and they all have absurd health pools. And
Mhm.
it's just like, okay, yeah, I need to do more
It's
damage because,
slower.
yeah. But what's your number one?
Man, so whenever we do these, like there's the part of me that kind of like I have to maintain the integrity of the list where it's like I can't like not put something on here because it's the boring thing to say. Like I can't just like use this as a way to peddle like, oh, I want to talk about some games that are like, underrepresented. I need to keep this list accurate to what I feel. And as a result, it's the Resident Evil 4 remake, because of course it is.
Yeah.
Like, of course it is. Like, of course it is. They took one of the greatest games that's ever been made, gave it a very sexy coat of paint, and then somehow against impossible odds made the gameplay better. Um, it it's the boring choice,
Yeah.
but it's also
I
the
mean,
best.
yeah.
It's
Like it would be weird if we didn't mention it.
yeah, like that's the thing, and it's like it's the best. Like, come on, it's the fucking best. Um, I don't, but to the extent, like, what am I gonna like fucking say about it? It's Resident Evil 4. Like, they did an extraordinarily faithful adaptation, save for a couple lines that were removed. Um, but
Ballistics.
they add in new stupid lines, so it balances out. Where's everybody going? Bingo is still in the game.
Thank God.
Um, like they managed to completely like recreate the tone of the original one successfully. There's a point where like when you're like in the castle and you're like fighting the infested like night enemies. Leon does at one point say "nighty night, knights."
Nice.
It's delightful. He's so lame. I love him. But he doesn't say your small time. He doesn't say your right hand comes off.
Ugh.
Salazar is still just like a weird little gremlin man. It's great. And then they made it play somehow even better than either the Resident Evil 2 remake or the original Resident Evil 4. It's just fucking perfect. It's perfect. They improved upon one of the best games ever made.
Okay.
Everyone should already know whether they do or do not want to play that game. It didn't. Resident Evil 4 maybe didn't even need a remake, but whatever. It's great.
I mean, they've ported it to like pretty much everything.
Yeah, it's like no one needed a way to play Resident Evil 4. It's so unnecessary, but it's also so unbelievably good. They should remake Resident Evil 6. I would really like that.
No,
That
they
would be
gotta remake
fantastic.
5 first.
Sure, do that. Like make 5 better also. I would love like I as someone who still likes Resident Evil 5, I would love to play through 5 with a fresh coat of paint.
See, I remember when Zan and I started playing 5. All I really knew about 5 was that Chris punches a boulder at some
Mhm.
point. And I did not realize that was at the actual very end of the game.
Yes.
So the whole game, I was like, when the fuck is Chris gonna punch a boulder?
Save the best for last.
I mean, yeah.
I still have the account I had to create on my Xbox 360 to play the Resident Evil 5 demo. It is still on my 360.
Wow.
A hell of a game. Anyway, what's your number one?
My number one, it's not as I wouldn't say it's a gimme, but it might be kind of a gimme like Resident Evil, but it's the Mario RPG remake.
Okay, cool. Yep. Again, on the topic of like, I just had to stop listing remakes.
Yeah. Because, like, I know that game is kind of like baby's first RPG.
It's good.
Yeah, but it's really good.
It's a great game.
Like, they do add some stuff to make it easier, which I think is like, I get it, but it's already an easy game, so that's a little weird, but whatever. I get it.
Let people have an accessible JRPG.
Yeah, exactly. But like, I completely forgot one of Bowser's weapon types is picking up Mario and throwing him at the enemy. And or if like Mario has a status ailment, he pulls out this little Mario doll he carries with him at all times and throws it.
Yeah. I mean, it's the game that eventually, becomes the Paper Mario franchise. Like, it's got charm out the ass. I
Yeah.
haven't played that remake yet. It's over on my shelf. I did pick it up because, like, yes, please remaster these. But it's like I replayed it like in 2022. And that game's just fucking good.
Yeah.
I love that they like maintained the visual style. I think that's such a fucking cool remaster, and I'm so glad they made that.
It is the first game in probably a long time, actually, for me, where I sat down and for like an hour and a half straight, was trying just some stupid challenge for no actual real benefit. And that it was getting 100 jumps on
Yep.
the super jump. And it took me like an hour and a half, like I said, but I did it. God damn it. I got that super suit.
Did you fight the secret boss?
So I fought Kulex, but I did not fight the other one, which I will. But partly because when I don't want to spoil it because I do bring that up later.
Okay, okay, it's fine.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, they did add more post game stuff too.
That's cool. Yeah, cool fucking game.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So I guess I'll just rattle off some other ones. They did a remaster of We Love Katamari. Fucking phenomenal thing. It doesn't come up in any other category, so I'm gonna do the Cuckold Award for the Dead Space remake that got completely overshadowed by the Resident Evil 4 remake, but they did a really fucking good remake of the first Dead Space.
I forgot that was 2023.
It's
that was
so
like at the very
good!
start, wasn't it?
But
It
it's
wasn't like
not Resident Evil
January.
4.
Resident Evil 4 remake in space.
They did a full-on, like, from the ground up remake of Metroid Prime.
Oh yeah.
and it's incredible. It's fantastic. It doesn't cut it. They ported Tetris the Grandmaster, sorry, Tetris the Absolute Grandmaster 2 Plus to Switch, which is they put a Tetris Grandmaster game on Switch, which is fucking super cool. Let's see, what are the other ones that I did just stop listening at a certain point? Making of Karateka is kind of like a remaster because you can play every version of Karateka that ever came. The fucking Advance Wars reboot came out
Oh yeah, I forgot about
after getting
that one
delayed for a
too.
year. Um, F-Zero 99, it's its own thing. What else? They did a fucking new re-release of Ridiculous Fishing, which is super fucking good. Um, they did a Mega Man Battle Network collection for only me.
Oh yeah.
Like, why would they make that except to make
Hey,
me happy?
it's for Lily too.
I guess Lily didn't buy it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just such a fucking good year for remasters and remakes. Yeah, fantastic shit. I just had to kind of stop recording them at a certain because it was like, okay, Like a Dragon Ishin is the baseline. Like you have to be better than this to make a slot. And
Yeah.
then Sonic Origins kind of came in at the very end and knocked Metroid Prime off. But that is going to bring us back fully into the 2023 realm. And we're going to talk about the best moment or sequences. This is what if a character was a gun, was a event. Um, this is the thing of like we don't necessarily want to like highlight an entire game. Look, okay, so Wolfenstein 2 was sick as fuck, and we needed to talk about cool shit that happens in Wolfenstein. So we're just going to talk about cool little levels that happen. This is
Oh yeah.
probably my favorite
That's
category,
right.
and I'm going to kick things off with so bringing it back around to Final Fantasy 16, talking about how these like different individuals will kind of turn into kaiju's. These then serve as all of the like major boss fights
Yeah.
where you are going to turn into your kaiju, they're going to turn into their kaiju, and then you're going to fucking like duke it out. And they basically like change. I don't want to say they entirely change the gameplay, but you get a completely unique move set. You do these and these kind of scale up until you get to the Bahamut fight, which is the single best one because you get to do your so you're one of the icons of fire, your brother is the other icon of fire, and you do a bunch of anime shit and like team up and do team up attacks in the Bahamut fight. Who's just
Nice.
like shooting all these lasers everywhere. You go into space. It's just super anime shit and it's fucking great, and I love it. Again, not necessarily reinventing the wheel on it, but the sense it's got big Ashura's Wrath energy, I guess is maybe the way to describe it.
Okay.
It's fantastic. Um, you combine your kaiju at a certain point.
Ooh,
It's like
fusion
a
dance?
it's like a fucking 40-minute fight that's like half cutscenes. It's so great. Um, Absolutely fantastic moment. It's where like they probably do like the best musical cues in it. It's hype as shit. And it's unfortunately not the final boss, but it's the last boss fight where like the story and everything is still good and interesting and on the rails. So as far as I'm concerned, it's the actual final boss of the game. You can stop playing after that point.
Okay.
But Hunter, what's your number three moment or sequence?
So my number three is it's not a specific sequence or moment or whatever, but it's like when you I said when the movement in pseudo regalia like clicks,
Mhm.
like when you finally get it. Because like a lot of games with movement like that, if they have like a wall jump, you'll be able to like just keep jumping up the wall like a Mega Man or whatever.
Yeah.
This one has a wall kick where you get launched away from the wall that you kicked, and depending on like when you hit the wall with your foot, the launch will be weaker or stronger. So like if you hit the wall with the very tip of her foot, you'll get launched farther. But if you hit it like you if you're right next to the wall and you jump and you try to kick, you'll still get launched just a little bit. But you can like go into a corner and jump, wall kick, wall kick, wall kick, and get up to a ledge that you probably shouldn't be able to get to yet, which is I did that in one level. It was I don't know if it would count as sequence breaking, but I was
Speedrunner
definitely
shit.
yeah, I was definitely supposed to have like a wall run ability before getting up there, which means I had to leave the area and come back later, which was hard to do without the wall run ability. But I mentioned earlier that there's like a super back jump when you're slide dashing, and at first I thought I mean how useful is that? It launches you backwards, but like not too much farther than where you started. But then I started doing it at points. I was like, oh, this actually gets you a decent amount of vertical too. So you can also use that in comparison, in combination with like the wall kicks or the wall run to get up to ledges that like, I don't know, you could probably get up some other way, but I didn't bother finding out how.
I love when a developer is confident enough to just like let you do the infinite jumping.
Yeah. Uh, but you also like unlock these abilities over time, obviously, because like Metroidvania or whatever, like you get the wall kick pretty early on, but you can only use it a couple times. And then once it's fully upgraded, you can only use it 3 times, at least before having to jump again or land and then jump. But like I said, in combination with other stuff, it's really useful. I found out if you like start to do the ground pound thing, but then jump again, you do this little backflip, which also gives you a little additional air, kind of like Mario. I think you can do that in a Mario game. But I don't know. It was just really satisfying to go from to actually being able to use all the movement abilities. Like I'm sure one of the Steam trailers shows some of the stuff you can do, and it's like,
Oh
oh
yeah.
yeah.
I
It's
was
like
just
I
like
can
looking at like the kind of like little preview thing. It's like, oh man, you can really haul ass.
yeah,
Like,
it's like, oh, I actually know how to do that now. That's
mhm.
cool.
Yeah, that I mean, as someone who loves platformers and shit, like the moment where like I love a good like movement system that's like really elaborate, but then just like lets you do a ton of fucked up shit.
Yeah.
It's like, but whatever, it was great in Mario Odyssey. It's been great in a lot of Mario games, but like it looks very, very fun.
Won't buy it on full price though. Not for six
No,
dollars.
fuck that. I ain't made of money. Ugh. Buy an entire Street Fighter skin for that amount of money.
Could you?
Like, yeah, one. I mean, I'd have to get $10 of currency, but then I would spend $6 of it to get the skin.
Oh, okay.
But yes, it's exactly one Street Fighter skin. Um, Continuing on, I guess the anime train. Actually, I'm realizing now, looking at this, all three of my sequences are anime shit.
Okay.
Um, Hunter, did you finish Octopath 1?
No.
Okay. So I didn't play Octopath Traveler 1. So I don't want to make claims about Octopath Traveler 2 necessarily when these were things that Octopath Traveler 1 could have done, but I didn't fucking play that game. So I'm giving all the credit to Octopath Traveler 2. Um, I guess a quick thing for people who are not familiar, Octopath Traveler, it is a JRPG that features 8 like main playable characters, but your party consists of 4 of them. You can kind of like swap them out, pursue their stories individually, train them on each other's jobs, but like you have your standard JRPG party of 4 dudes. Um, that is until the final boss of the game, where you get to use all 8 of the characters simultaneously.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. But and you get to divide them into like two 4-man squads, but
You
then you
know,
can like switch between them. All of your like if you cast the equivalent of like haste, you're moving them up kind of between. You see the turn order, and it's like they've got them all in there. You can start combining their different like abilities to just do insane shit. And for that game to have the courage to just like let you, okay, here we're gonna give you the one thing where you get to use the entire fucking squad, but also you have to use the entire squad. You can't just like, oh well, I only spent the game like kind of messing with these 4 people or these 4 jobs. Like if you then suddenly have like one or two people as your weak links, you're gonna just completely get shit on and not be able to finish it. And I know that I'm normally like not on the side of like make you kind of have to grind and maintain your whole party.
Yeah.
But the way the game does it, it's not like a punishment, and it feels good that you actually have to use all eight of them. It feels very rewarding for having that balanced party instead of just going all in on like four people. Um, and it's just kind of like it's really cool the moment you get to do it. Like it's super fun. It's super cool, and watching the like having to manage eight fucking people in a JRPG combat, and it's eight people against one enemy. It just gets really fucking nutty and wacky.
See,
And
there was in Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse that also happens against the last boss,
mhm,
that you have the main character of that and his three demons or whatever, and then after they do a turn, it swaps to the main characters from regular SMT4, and then they do a turn, and then it swaps back to the first one as, and you're both trying to beat,
yeah,
Yahweh.
like I can't think of another time I've seen this in a JRPG where like it's like okay, well, what if you could use all seven of your Pokemon or all six of your Pokemon at the same time? Like it's I cannot think of a single time I've seen this in a JRPG before, and I thought it was cool as fuck.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's pretty
Octopath
cool.
1 does that for the final boss. I don't fucking know. This is the first time I saw it, and I thought it was pretty fucking cool.
Probably should go back and finish Octopath.
I thought about going back and playing Octopath 1, but I've also heard that like Octopath 1 has some issues, and you know what? What if I
Yeah.
just played Octopath 2 again? I've been thinking a lot about playing Octopath Traveler 2 again. As someone who just cleared Persona 3 and Chrono Trigger and half of Final Fantasy 6, what if I played Octopath Traveler 2 again?
He's become a big JRPG guy.
I I'm gonna go play World of Horror a lot next week, I think. But what's your number two moment or sequence?
So my number two is that bit from Mario RPG. I didn't want to spoil just yet. And that so in a original Mario RPG, there was a guy named Kulex who was like a Final Fantasy boss. He
Mm-hmm.
wasn't actually a Final Fantasy boss because he wasn't not from a Final Fantasy game. But because Square Enix made a Mario RPG, they made Kulex, and his boss fight is he's a sprite while
Mm-hmm.
everyone else is a 3D model, and he fights you with crystals
Yeah.
while the Final Fantasy IV boss theme plays.
And he says he's like from another dimension. Like he is
Yeah,
heavily like it is implied that he's a Final Fantasy boss that came
yeah.
into this game.
But there's an area in Mario RPG called Star Hill where everybody's wishes falls and you can read a bunch of them and whatnot. And in post game, that's kind of like where you get the hints for post game bosses and that their wishes show up there. And when you can find Kulex's where he wishes he was 3D. And then if you get like to in order to open Kulex's door initially, you need a shiny stone, which you get from some little trading side quest thing. I don't know. I don't remember. But then in order to fight this new Kulex, you need the extra shiny stone, which
Obviously.
you get by beating one of the other post game bosses. You fight the big shark dude solo with just Mario, and when you beat him, he gives you the extra shiny stone. So if you go to Kulex's door and you use the extra shiny stone, then when you enter it, Kulex is now 3D. He has
Ooh.
a full 3D model. He is harder than regular Kulex. He is the hardest enemy in the game. He has like
Oh, I'm
9,999.
looking at the fucking model. That's fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
just Sephiroth.
he says something about like his wish coming true or whatever, and it's like a wish essentially 25 years in the making. And that like, and if you when you beat him, which I like I said, hardest enemy in the game, it's a tough fight. His little bestiary entry is just a note from the development staff that says, "Hey, thanks for playing our game as much as you could." And it's like that is a really cool moment. But I did not actually get to fight Kulex 3D because I beat Kulex before the game ended, And then when I came back after I'd beaten the game, his door was still gone. And I don't know if that means I have to reload the save from before I fought him and beat the game
Oh,
again,
okay.
or what, or if it reappears after I beat the rest of the post game fights. But either way, I that really killed my motivation to try to do it because
Yeah.
it's not like the way I stopped it. I wasn't very far till the end of the main story, but I didn't want to do it
Yeah,
again.
it's fuck that. Well, still though, that's really cool. That's a cool game.
What's your number one, Dash?
It's boring choice. Look, they fixed the ending for Kiryu, man. Like the ending of Yakuza, like fucking Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. Say the whole thing. Put the respect on it. It is so hammy. It is. It is not only do you get like the big final like sequence where Kiryu and like all of the other main characters of the old Yakuza games are having their shirtless showdown on the front lawn of the fucking Tojo clan headquarters against this
Hell
other
yeah.
guy who wants to like maintain the old Yakuza ways, and then them all saying like, no, we need to get out of the way on this. We're doing something different now. That's fucking great. You also get the conclusion to like Kiryu with the orphans that he's been taking care of for basically the entire franchise. Made me weep like a bitch. It was so fucking good. You get to see Kiryu ugly cry.
Oh, nice.
It's so fucking good. They fixed the ending for my fucking franchise. I'm so happy. It was Yakuza 6 fucking blows. It's the worst Yakuza game. And they fixed my fucking ending. So happy about it, and it was great. The game is also phenomenal. It's super fun to play, and also really short. But yeah, the ending sequence in Like a Dragon Gaiden is it's aces. It's
Okay.
perfect. No notes. But what's your number one?
Um, I was initially gonna put something from Stasis Bone Totem here, but I didn't want to spoil anything. So I instead will relegate that to an honorary mention, and that it is Moses getting the diving suit. But the thing I put for number one was in Baldur's Gate 3, like the first town you t quote unquote town you encounter is like a druid cove that a bunch of tieflings have taken refuge in because there's a shit ton of goblins around that want to kill them. And depending on your actions, you can team up with the tieflings to defend the grove. You can team up with the goblins to assault the grove. You can kill all the goblins and stuff before they even leave their base in order to save the tieflings. You can do the same to the tieflings. You can convince the druids to kill the tieflings instead because they don't really want them there, but they're just kind of begrudgingly helping them. But when I was playing with Zane, we decided that we were going to lie to the goblin leader and be like, yeah, yeah, we'll help you, and then kill them all before they actually get there. But we did not realize that when we said, yeah, I'll help you out, they do actually leave like immediately. They all start leaving to go assault the Druid Grove. And so when we got there, we found most of the tieflings ready for an assault, and we had to, pick a side essentially, which we sided with the tieflings, but we were having a lot of trouble with this fight because not only are there a shit ton of goblins, there's the drow lady who's a paladin leading them. They have a couple ogres who will toss barrels at you up on the battlements that are full of more goblins. And so we reloaded because we were just absolutely getting shit on. And we were like, okay. So we found this bottle, this strange glowing bottle that when we inspected it earlier, it says there's something inside. There's actually a spectator, which is like a smaller behemoth, or not behemoth, beholder. It's like a kind of shittier beholder trapped inside. So we were like, okay, What if we make one of our characters jump down there, open the bottle, and then have him try to jump back up, and then hope the spectator does not kill us before it kills the goblins? And so that's what we did.
Mhm.
Initially, the spectator is hostile to everything, but we lucked out majorly in that it only targeted the goblins and like the ogres and stuff. So we're up on like the battlements shooting arrows and spells and stuff, while this beholder's just kind of flying around, also shooting goblins and getting hit and whatnot, to the point where eventually we did end up winning, but it was like 45-minute fight or something. And it's like, holy shit. Sure, we can't do a quest later on with the spectator in a bottle because we killed it before it turned hostile to us. But that was cool.
That is every Baldur's Gate story I've heard. It's like just the wildest shit that shouldn't be possible,
Yeah.
and it all works the way people want to. That being said, I'm gonna have to censor that entire thing for anti-goblin rhetoric.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna edit all that out.
You just edit it so it sounds like I've said team up with goblins.
Yeah, that's the that we're pro goblin in this household. That being said, that sounds really cool. Like I love that you can just like solve so many of the problems so many different ways, and how the weird like clockwork box just kind of keeps ticking.
Yeah.
Um Honorable mentions. This was a really tough one. But the I, I realize that I'm oversimplifying it, but that Pikmin 1 remake and Pikmin 4 is really fucking cool that they did that.
Yeah. Yeah, that
Um,
is.
the below grade discotheque in Pikmin 4 is also really good. Um, and Alan Wake the musical and Alan Wake 2 is pretty wild. Probably
I
the best
like
part of an overall disappointing game.
I like how all of Louis' entry, like archive entries, are him talking about whether something can be eaten or not.
Louis sucks. Fuck that guy. Fuck Louis. God damn it, I hate Louis.
But he's cool.
No,
He
he's
wants
not.
to
Fuck Louis.
he wants to eat Pikmin just like I do.
Yes, just like I do. God, I bet they taste so good.
They're
Do you
probably
have any
really
honorable
crunchy.
mentions?
Uh, no, no.
Ah!
Ah,
That's because we're gonna move on to biggest surprise.
my biggest surprise is that I shit myself.
Have I done that bit before?
I'm pretty sure you've done that bit every year.
Nope, did it for the first time this year.
Oh, okay. What a surprise.
There we go. So yeah, these are games that we had middling to low expectations for that then turned out to be really good. Because sometimes we calls them wrong, and it's always really, really nice when that happens. Um, my number three has come up on this list multiple times already. I have a deep sickness in my heart where I have to try to play all of the major games that come out in a year just so I know. Even if it's like something that I'm like fairly confident I'm not gonna like, I still need to fuck with it because you know what? Sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I get surprised by things. And shortly after the release of Octopath Traveler 2, a ton of people online would not shut the fuck up about this game. Um, and I'm just like, fuck, I don't like JRPGs, but like, I need to do my due diligence. I need to check this game out. And there was some point where it went on sale for half off at a GameStop, and I picked up a copy of it. And holy fucking shit, I could not stop playing it. It does all of the things I like in JRPGs. The job system is insanely fun. The visuals and obviously all those other things that I talked about. It's absolutely a gorgeous game. The writing generally pretty good. The characters very fun, even though none of them made my best characters slot because individually there are some fun ones, but it's a good year for characters. Um, Octopath Traveler 2 is like probably in my top five JRPGs of all time now. A genre that I historically want nothing to fucking do with for a number of reasons. Uh, Just really fucking good. People should play Octopath Traveler 2 even if they normally are not a fan of these kinds of games. It is exemplary in every single thing that it does, and I'm really glad that I fucked with it, and I get to continue to justify my brain worms for playing games that I probably am not going to like.
I'll get to it eventually.
What's your number
He's,
three biggest surprise?
he says like a liar. Um, Mine's not the game itself really, but it's just how like wildly popular and successful Baldur's Gate 3 was.
So happy for him.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. Don't get me wrong. It's just I'm so confused
Yeah,
about
how
why
did
it
a
took
fucking
off.
CRPG do it?
Like a turn-based CRPG in 2023, a genre most people would have assumed was already dead,
Yeah.
and
Um,
just like millions of people played it.
I own it. Like I bought a copy of it because again, I need to do my due diligence with it, but I want to like give it the time it deserves. Um, I also don't understand how the fuck that happened.
Like I'm
As
happy for him. I like Baldur's Gate. I loved Divinity series that I've played. So it's really cool that they're like have such a breakout hit now, but it's just so confusing to me.
and I mean it's like whatever like Pillars of Eternity like that was I don't want to call it like it's not a hit like Baldur's Gate's a hit, but it's like whatever people liked that. It
Yeah.
people speak highly of Pillars of Eternity. Um yeah, that game is going to cause so many fucked up things to happen from like people inside of companies making decisions about what to do with games.
Yeah.
They're gonna do all of the wrong lessons from it, and it's gonna be wonderful.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Early a successful early access story.
Yeah.
Um,
That's that's rare enough
yeah,
already, right?
I'm so happy for them. I don't understand it, but hey, whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, whatever. Fucking like Helldivers is going insane right now. This fucking Power World's gaming's weird again, and I'm
Yeah.
so
I'm
down for
all
it.
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's give Pokemon guns and have it sell fucking 15 million copies. Whatever. Sure. Um so I we've talked about strategy RPGs a couple times already.
Yeah.
I consider myself a strategy RPG fan. I like a strategy RPG.
Uh,
I like a Fire Emblem
yeah.
mostly. Um I like Fire Emblem Awakening. I like Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. I have not been happy about the recent output from Fire Emblem. Um, Three Houses is one of the worst things I have played.
Yeah.
I think that game is terrible. I think leaning into, for lack of a better word, the waifu shit. I liked the little bit that Awakening did. Don't get me wrong. I think it worked really, really well in Awakening. But that's the fuck Three Houses. Fuck Three Houses. Fuck
Yeah.
that game.
I don't know why they decided to make the first part of the game the same exact thing on all routes.
I didn't really get into Conquest and Birthright and the third one. That I kind of fell off on those. I did not fuck with the remake of two.
Yeah,
Two.
that one's bad, so don't
I
worry about it.
I own it, but I wasn't like I for all intents and purposes kind of thought like I think Fire Emblem's left them behind. Then they show the teaser trailer for Fire Emblem Engage, and it looks so fucking bad.
Yeah.
Aleer is one of the dumbest looking protagonists I have ever seen in a video game.
It's Aqua Crest.
They start doing the shit where it's like, oh yeah, also you're teaming up with all of the other notable Fire Emblem people in to like, hey, we're bringing in all of the like the fan favorite characters.
Everyone's favorite Sigurd
Yeah.
and Leaf.
Hey, but also you get your Lyn and your Marth, and also Crom's here.
Yeah.
I think Hector's in it.
He is as a DLC.
Yeah, of course, they know what they've got.
Yeah.
And this game looks abhorrent. It just looks like this is everything I hate about what Fire Emblem's become. Three Houses was terrible. This game's gonna be fucking awful. And then it comes out, and all of the Three Houses people hate it. Everyone online who like Three Houses like actually fuck this game. This game sucks. and all of the people who like the good Fire Emblem games are like, "No, this game fucking fucks." You start talking about how good it is, and I'm just like, "Oh, but it looks so fucking bad." Pick it up on sale. We're so back. The story and writing are abhorrent. Elir is still
Awful.
stupid looking,
Just horrible.
but oh my god, it's so fun to play. The options you get by combining the fucking emblems with different characters and what those unlock and like what they let you do, it's so motherfucking fun.
Yeah.
I don't know how they did it. This game shouldn't be good. It is one of the best Fire Emblem games that I've played, at least.
Yeah.
It's so goddamn fun. Every fucking mission, they give you just the right amount of the like social stuff so that like whatever you can engage with, you can Fire Emblem engage with that. But they they've got me back on the hook, and I hate it. Like right when I was ready to give up on them, they fucking pull me back in. Shouldn't have been good. Fucking adored it.
So apparently, Alir's hair was originally supposed to be white and black, but then they decided to go blue and red because Fire Emblem uses those for friendly
Yeah.
and enemy colors.
And when
Or
you
the
see
Switch
why she
controllers? I
looks
don't know.
like that, it's still stupid.
Yeah, but that's not the story and writing is not important.
Yeah. The mission design,
Yeah.
the dog mine, the fucking the emblems, the way like the oh my god, it's so fun. It's just so fun.
Like, I don't remember which chapter it is as far as writing goes, but I know that if you lose, there's like, and don't restart, there's like a bad ending, which that's kind of neat. But I mean, the writing still sucks.
Yeah. Like I don't care about any of those characters. I didn't care what was going on in the story. Um but goddamn, it's fun. Every fucking mission is a banger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Mm.
Like that escape chapter where they're using the emblems against you, that's really
Yeah.
cool.
It oh my god. The final boss is super fun.
Yeah.
Like, man, killed it. Fucking killed it. Great game. Didn't see that coming. Hunter, what's your number two?
My number two is Pseudo Regalia because again, when I first looked up this game, immediately my immediate reaction was, okay, this game's not actually good. People just want to fuck the rabbit.
Yeah, people want to fuck the rabbit. It's like overgrowth all over again.
Like her default outfit is just like a vest thing. And it's like she doesn't
Winnie the
wear
Pooh
pants.
mode.
Yeah, she doesn't wear pants. I was like, okay. She doesn't wear pants. She's got big thighs. It's like this is just a horny game.
Yeah.
But then I saw some gameplay of it. I watched like the Steam trailers and stuff.
And let's not get it twisted. It's still a horny game.
Yeah, it's still a horny game. It's just also fun on
Yeah.
top of that.
Shantae
It's not
exists too.
Yeah, it's not like a Senran Kagura where the horny is all it has going for it, and it's just kind of shitty on outside of that. And with that, honestly. But yeah, I don't know. I was just once I saw gameplay, I was like, okay, and I saw it was like $4 in the Steam sale. I was like, yeah, fuck it, why not? $4.
And I'm also gonna throw out there, like, there's something about a $6 full price tag that's like, that's
Yeah,
like that doesn't exude confidence.
yeah. It's like, what do you mean full price is under $10?
Yeah.
It's like, is this? But I don't know. I got like 4.5 hours out of it. I did
It looks
pretty
fun.
much, yeah, I did pretty much everything. I think I was just missing like one side upgrade or something.
So it works on Steam
But it
Deck.
was fun.
Yeah, I mean, you've convinced me to like check it out once it goes on sale. It seems neat.
I know the dev has some other stuff, but I don't know if he's actually like released anything or just like showed work in progress stuff. Like one of them's a robot that of course also has big thighs and ass,
Bitchin'.
but it seemed like it also is going for that neat platformer deal with like the nice movement. And I was like, okay, maybe if it actually comes out, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah. Like I'll check it out. Like you've sold me. Like what Ender Lilies worked out, okay? So it's like, fuck.
Yeah.
Maybe I should listen to it. It's doing an Ender Lilies sequel.
Yeah.
Wild. Nobody played that game but us.
It was
What's
enough.
next? What's next? Fucking 14 Sentinels?
Dragon's Dogma 3.
The quest for Dragon's Dogma 2. That's gonna bring it on the topic of Capcom games. We're gonna go right into biggest surprise. I feel like I kind of already said my piece on this earlier, but it's Street Fighter 6. Um, I at least like historically think fighting games are cool and I like want to play fighting games, but this was the first one that I'm going to fucking Evo. Like
Yeah.
I built 2 fight sticks, button boxes. I signed up to fight in Evo. I I played the demo for it and was like, oh, there's actually some of these modern controls, but like whatever. I'm excited for the new Mortal Kombat that's coming out. I want to play Mortal Kombat, but whatever. I've got a buddy who wants to play some Street Fighter. I'll pick it up. Holy shit. Holy shit. Got a whole
Kind of,
like fighting game club now because of Street Fighter 6.
I kind of forgot that Mortal Kombat even came out.
We'll get there.
Oh, okay.
We'll get there.
Okay.
But what's your number one biggest surprise? I don't think I've got anything else to say about Street Fighter 6. Like
My number one is Stasis Bone Totem because like I don't know, I saw
literally who?
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm gonna be honest, the only reason I picked it up was because I saw like there was some YouTube video that was talking about it, and I watched maybe 5 minutes of it, just like enough to see the setting and stuff. I was like, that seems cool. And it was on sale during the winter sale, so I bought it, and then I played through all of it. I was like, holy shit,
A
this is
point
really
and click
good.
adventure game.
Yeah, a fucking point and click adventure in 2023 that not only is really good, but it doesn't have any of that bullshit like item bullshit uses, from like old adventure
Yeah,
games.
the chicken and the pulley.
Yeah, shit like that.
Look,
Like,
look, what I'm hearing is isometrics back, baby.
yeah, it sounds like it.
We're fucking back.
We never left.
Never left. Yeah, Stasis Bone Totem seems cool. I somebody who actually I do like point and click adventure games, so I will fuck with that.
I was gonna say I've played a couple, and so I was not really expecting much, and then I was like, oh shit, this is cool.
Once you were speaking so kind of highly of it, I picked it up on the sale, so I mean it's in my library. Yeah, I will. It seems cool. Seems like a lot of stuff I like.
I was gonna say an honorary mention, but then I realized that's for next year.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've got a couple honorary mentions. Pikmin 4. I'm really shocked that they made the best Pikmin game ever. But also I historically like Pikmin, so like, it's really not that surprising. I guess
What
I'm
do you
surprised by
mean?
how good it is.
It's not better than Hey Pikmin.
Nothing is. It's not better. What's the mobile one?
Uh, Pikmin Bloom, I
Yeah,
think.
Pikmin Bloom. It ain't Pikmin Bloom, but nothing is. Um, Final Fantasy 16 was
The first half was surprising.
it's in gray. Like, look, it wasn't gonna make it. They also Baba Files Taxes came out like 5 days into the year,
Oh yeah,
and
I
it's like
completely forgot.
it's again, I don't want to like call it a joke game, but like they made a goofy Baba spinoff. Also, there's a fucking Baba like grid-based strategy game that came out that I still haven't played.
What?
Yeah, it's like Into the Breach but with Baba.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm needing to get on. That might have been this year. I don't remember. But yeah, Baba Files Taxes is a goofy little thing. But as with all good surprises, sometimes we call things wrong. Sometimes you think that something's going to be really bad and it turns out to be really good. And sometimes you think something's going to be really good and you're really excited for it, and you miss sometimes. Sometimes you miss. We don't have a worst game of the year anymore because we just don't mostly spend that much time playing bad games. But we do need to have an airing of the grievances when something frustrating happens.
Yeah.
So that's what this category is. On the topic of isometric games, I've harped on this game for years, trying to get people to play with me. I really like Diablo 3. I think Diablo 3 ended up being in a really, really fucking good spot. Diablo 3 is a super fun game. The seasonal model lends itself really, really well to it. Just getting in, making a character, and playing for a season every now and again. Diablo 3 is really fucking great. You would think that when releasing Diablo 4, then they would learn literally any lesson from Diablo 3. And
It's Blizzard.
and like how bad Diablo 3 was at launch, but then like where they got that game by the end of it. They did not, and it's a huge letdown because Diablo 4 is the best Diablo has ever played. Um, but the seasonal model is terrible. Everything takes way too long to level up. You can't do like the seasonal stuff until you clear a 35-hour story
Jesus.
that isn't good, I might add. Like it's whatever, it's Diablo, who gives a shit? It's a bad story.
But I want Mommy Lilith.
You don't see her most of the game.
Oh.
It's terrible. It really bums me out because like with Diablo 3 you can just get in and do seasonal shit and like get into it, like you can get in and start doing shit like within like 30 minutes of kind of prep. I cannot look at Jason and Zach, and Jason bought this and like was playing through a bunch of it with me, and say, hey, clear this 35-hour story before we can start having fun with it. I can't do that. Like, at least when I try to get people to play Destiny with me, it's like, okay, you need to spend like 3 hours getting into it. And yeah, that sucks, but I think I can get people on that. I cannot like justify a 35-hour story. And mind you, that's a dash 35 hours. That's not a Jason 35 hours. It's not a Ryan 35 hours.
So it's probably closer to like 50 or more.
Yeah, it's what the fuck? Why would they do that? And it's my understanding no one's fucking playing Diablo 4 anymore because everyone fucking falls off after doing the 35-hour fucking story that sucks. And like, I get wanting to have the player go through the game before they get into the seasonal stuff. Diablo 3, you didn't have to do that, but it definitely recommended for you. But also, Diablo 3 story is like 10 hours. Like, you can clear it in like an afternoon if you really want. Boggles my fucking mind how bad they fumbled that bag. It's coming to Game Pass. Also, it's a $70 fucking game. Like,
oh yeah,
like
I forgot that bit.
It's a $70 live service game with a 35-hour tutorial.
Gotta make sure you get that playtime's worth.
Fuck. It has $30 horse armor.
Oh, nice. It's like Oblivion never left.
Fuck, why did they fumble? Fuck. I like live service grind season games. I love Destiny. Also, Diablo 4 came out during a horrendous Destiny season. So, like, I was ready to take a fucking break from Destiny and go and fucking do a different loot game. Couldn't fucking do it. It was too terrible. Fuck. Okay, what's your number 3? I'm done. I'm done with Diablo.
My number 3 is Atomic Heart.
Yeah.
Because, like, there were trailers for it, like, for a while before it actually came out, and to the point where people thought it ended up being vaporware.
Mm-hmm.
But it did eventually come out, and, like, that intro bit is pretty good.
They say
like,
0451.
Yeah, they say 0451. Like, the intro bit, very Bioshock-esque.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. But then you finish, like, the first building, which halfway through the first building, it was already starting to lose me because it was some bullshit of, like, you got to get these 4 things to turn on this tree generator in the middle. I was like, oh, God, okay. And then you finish that first building and you go out. It's not really open world, but it's like a wide open outside area. And then it just gets so shitty. Because, like, there are plenty of enemies outside. But for some reason, they decided to have these little indestructible bays that will shoot out robots that will fly over and repair the robots that you destroyed.
Fuck yes.
And
Infinite quests.
Yeah, and then even if you shoot down the little repair bots, keep sending more. You can't destroy the thing that's shooting them out. And even if you let them repair the old ones and then destroy them again, you don't get any loot from them. So you only get loot from them once, which means you will lose ammo consistently. The only way to stop them from repairing and these enemies endlessly is to get the repair bot stuck on pathfinding terrain by
Awesome.
like killing
Fuck
an
yeah.
enemy indoors or in a shed or something, which then the repair bot will try to get to, but will just keep flying
That's
into the
so
wall.
amazing.
And then that it lost me instantly there. I was like, this sucks shit, and I don't care to play anymore. And then my game pass ran out. I was like, cool, I don't care.
I'm so glad you played that one and were like complaining about it the whole time, so I didn't have to play it. This was like one of those times because I would have, and I probably would have finished it.
Like
Um,
it had a promising start. Like it
it's got a
was
cool
very
look to it.
yeah, it's got a cool look. It was very silly where when he gets into a car to go to where the facility and then this big like helicopter robot flies over it and just like grabs the car with a bunch of arms and lifts it up and starts flying down. So it's not like a flying car. It's a regular convertible that they just use a big robot to pick up and fly
Obviously,
somewhere.
yeah. They don't
So
have
it's
the
like,
flying
okay,
car
yeah,
technology.
sure, whatever. I was on a weird paddle boat earlier. They have like brain stuff. And also, the main character says a certain phrase almost nonstop, and it is crispy critters. I thought this was like a stand in for a swear, but then he would
Forgot
swear
about crispy
normally.
critters.
I thought it was going to be like a BioShock code word kind of deal, but it's not. I found out what it was later after I had stopped playing. I was like, oh, that's stupid. That's lame. It's just he got severely burned at some point and was almost dead, but they used whatever magic science bullshit polymer to revive him. And as he was reviving, one of the doctors, he was like, called him a crispy critter. And so that just imprinted on his brain. He's like, crispy critters.
Crispy critters.
It's like, that's so fucking
We should say
stupid.
crispy critters.
It's like, you're going to make me listen to this man say crispy critters for who knows how long. And that's the payoff. That's why he's saying it.
I'm so glad you played that game so I didn't have to. On the topic of brain worms and like having to like do my due diligence, that one
On
was like
top of crispy critters.
I installed it day fucking one, and like you were talking about, I'm like, I don't want to fucking do this one. Didn't have to. Um,
You're welcome.
thank you, thank you for your service.
Thank you for your
Um,
crispy critter.
are we ready for the hot take alert?
Sure.
I think Tears of the Kingdom fucking sucks.
Yeah, that's also on my number two.
Like,
Like, I don't think
it's not a
it's
bad game. It's not a bad game.
yeah, I don't think it really sucks. It's just disappointing.
They they didn't learn any of the lessons from Breath of the Wild that I complained about. They just they doubled down on them, in fact. Like the economy is still fucked. There's no reason to do anything when you can
Yeah.
just ride a stupid little scooter. Like also the fucking okay, let's talk about Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts and how fucking good that game is. The Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts Defender has logged on. Um it does all the car shit so much worse.
Yeah.
Like the powers are kind of like neat. I like that they gave you new powers, and I think that the concept of actually there's an entire like second map under the map is neat when like
Yeah.
Elden Ring did it, for example. Um, but it's I just don't give a shit. Like why it's the same problem of why do I want to explore any of this? Like
Yeah.
the economy's still fucked. Like there's no reason to everything takes resources to do and then there's no payoff that matters.
Like once you really either look up or find out about the little hover bike thing, it's like you never use anything else.
Yeah,
Like
like
yeah, you can do some cool shit with the build,
Yeah,
Even
I've
if
seen
it's
some neat gifs.
even if it's
I
like kind of clunky, but like why would I do that when I can just do two fans and a control stick?
but also like not even that. It's not even too fancy the control stick. It's stick a rocket onto anything.
Yeah.
It's like stick a rocket on a shield, stick just whatever, just rockets. It's all rockets. Rocket solves every problem.
Like you can make some fun stuff, like
It's
with
a
fuse
cool
and with build,
tool
but
set
yeah. But
that
I
you
don't know.
never
It's just
in nuts and bolts. You had to do some shit if you wanted good times and shit. Like you had to do some wild builds. Yeah,
plus like you said, the underworld is like it's neat at first, but then it's like, oh, this is kind of tedious.
I there's an entire like section of that game I didn't do because I didn't give a shit and I didn't need to. Like, it's my understanding you get a mech in that game.
Yeah, there's the rabbit lady who's
Yeah,
like sisters to what's his face,
never
is
met her.
like a robot. You can find her down in the underground or whatever. But
I
yeah, it's
did the
like
I did the four like pillars or the four like things. Realized it was going to make me do like I already wanted to stop playing that game by the time I did the fourth one. Realized it was going to make me do another one, and I just went up and killed Ganon. And oh, also you don't need any good gear when you go fight Ganon because they just give you the gear during that fight.
yeah.
You get the Master Sword, you can kill the clones and like get super good gloom weapons. Who fucking cares? None of it
They
matters.
I'll say I did like the I don't know if you can call them dungeons, but I did like the dungeons, quote unquote, in this one better than like
Yeah,
the Divine Beasts,
I agree.
but still, it's kind of not worth it.
Yeah. Mm. It bums me out because like I remember when Breath of the Wild came out, I was so excited for like it's like Breath of the Wild was good, but it's like what's the next one? Like I want to see them iterate on this idea, and now I never want them to do this again
Yeah.
because it's you clearly aren't you didn't learn any of the right lessons from this. Like I don't even like I know that like people were all pissed like oh they just reused the map and like it's like I don't as Yakuza fan here I don't give a shit that they reused the map like that's not my issue like my I don't need a new map. I need them to make the gameplay. I need them to fix the gameplay loops.
Yeah.
Ugh. Not a bad, not the worst. It's not worst game of the year.
Yeah. But it's
It-
definitely like kind of disappointing.
yeah, I was hate fucking that game by the end of it. Like you want to talk about due diligence, like whatever. I gotta fucking play Breath of the Tears of the Kingdom.
Well, that
Ugh.
was both of our number twos. So what's your number one? What's
What?
the biggest letdown of the year?
So we were supposed to get Street Fighter 6, Mortal Kombat 1, and Tekken 8 all in the same year.
Yeah.
Uh, massive like resurgence, like massive heavy hitters for fighting games. Like fighting games are fucking back. I I, I struggle to say the sentence the pandemic is over, but like stuff's opening up again. Like fighting games are back in a big way. Street Fighter fucking killed it. I'm super like Street Fighter comes out in like March. And so I'm in it. I'm in fighting game mode, built a stick. Like I'm having a fucking great time doing fighting games. And what's fucking coming out this year? A Mortal Kombat reboot, or I shouldn't say a reboot, but a successor to Mortal Kombat 11 that did such insanely cool things with the story. I've been chomping at the bit to see where they fucking take it and like what they end up doing with it. Um, I'm into fighting games like right now from a gameplay thing. Like I'm wanting to be competitive. I'm wanting to do all this shit, and Street Fighter decided to try to appeal to a more casual audience and to get more people in. Mortal Kombat decided to double down on hardcore fighting game players.
Okay.
They fucked up the gameplay and they like introduced like an assist system. Like, I don't want to call it like a full like a Marvel thing because you still only have one character, but then you're calling in and having to like manage your assist characters. There's like 25 different assist characters that can then be paired onto anyone. So the amount of shit you have to potentially keep track of during a fight is insane. It's overcomplicated. It's not fun. The story, they do nothing. It's like, oh boy, they just do a multiverse story,
Oh,
which I'm so sick of multiverse stories.
haven't
Um,
they done that before in Mortal Kombat?
so The long story short is what they did is they do like it's more of a time travel story than a multiverse story.
Oh, okay.
Um, the crux of this one is at the end of Mortal Kombat 11, both Liu Kang and Shang Tsung are victorious in their fights, and it creates two parallel universes. That then Shang Tsung figures out that it got split into two universes and then is invading this universe.
Okay.
But actually, it's an infinite number of universes.
Oh.
So it concludes with all of the universes crossing over to like fight Shang Tsung Prime. And it fucking sucks.
Is that why Hellboy is there?
No, Hellboy was an injustice.
Oh, whatever.
Also, the roster is incredible. They put every ninja in it.
Oh shit.
That's all you need. They put in every ninja. Um, they, yeah, it's a wet fart of the game. The netcode's terrible. It's full of bugs. It didn't launch. It's getting crossplay next week. Um, so I bought it on Xbox, expecting it to have crossplay because it's fucking 2023. There's no one playing online on Xbox. I'm not buying a second copy of that game because it's not very good. Uh, Online play of it and like the scene is completely dried up around it. It's also got all of the like microtransaction bullshit. It's got an abhorrent economy with it. It in a year where like I was so primed to engage with a Mortal Kombat game, I became a Street Fighter fan, and it bums me out how much they fumbled the bag on that game. They're adding
Damn.
crossplay next week. I don't give a shit. I'm not ever. We played it. I played it all day the day it came out, so I could like do the story. I had a big party like that night where we were all gonna come over and like play it because like we were all hot on Street Fighter and stuff. We have not played it since, and I have no
Oof.
desire to. They're putting Peacemaker and Omni Man and Homelander and Quan Chi in it, and I just don't give a shit.
What about Negan from Walking Dead?
You mean Negan from Magic the Gathering, who then appeared in Tekken 7?
Oh
Um,
yeah, sorry.
yeah, no, that was Tekken 7. I love and don't get me wrong, I love like Mortal Kombat guest characters. I think they do guest characters better than anyone else. Um, they just put 2B in the new Granblue game.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm really excited to try her out. She
They'll
looks so
put
fun.
2B in everybody and
Look,
everything.
hey, gets me to. I bought Granblue because they put 2B in, so it works.
2B is the Shovel Knight of main of AAA games.
Yes, you're right, and that's fine. She deserves it. So yeah, Mortal Kombat 1 is pretty handedly. I was really let down by Tears of the Kingdom, so like let me fully emphasize how pissed I am that Mortal Kombat 1 sucks. But what's your number one?
So my number one is uh technically three games, and that uh so Atlas historically hates the PC, right?
Yeah. Well,
Uh
until recently.
yeah, until I assume they got bought by Sega, and Sega was like, hey, there's a market here.
Mhm.
Start appealing to it. So they decided to put up HD versions of Etrian Odyssey 1, 2, and 3
Oh my
onto.
God, I remember this. Okay, yeah.
So these are just HD ports of DS games.
Mhm.
Okay, so just like maybe some upresed background,
I've played Etrian Odyssey
new
4.
font, yeah, stuff like that. They are $40 each. There is a collection with all three for $80.37,
So buy two, get one free.
essentially. On top of that, what was really funny about this is that it has like uh the DRM Denuvo, which I'm which weird enough to put that on a just a DS
You
game
could
that
just
it's
oh my God, that's
yeah, already weird enough that they did that. But what's funny is that when it first came up, they forgot to upload the version with Denuvo. So it was immediately cracked because there was no DRM for like
incredible.
3 days. And on top, but then they updated it to be the version with Denuvo. And on top of that, it has been almost 6 years since they released a trailer teasing a actually new Etrian Odyssey, of which they have said nothing since.
And
Other than at one point when they released or when they revealed Metaphor or whatever, they're like, hey, we're still working on it, and nothing else.
and pardon my ignorance, like Persona Q is similar but not the same, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know if it was by the Etrian Odyssey team, but it's pretty much Etrian Odyssey,
Okay.
just with a Persona code of paint.
Yeah, because everything's got it now.
Yeah. And it's just like, what the fuck are you doing, Atlas? Like, come on, man.
I love
$40 for
I
DS games?
I love when the Japanese companies just do the oddest shit around PC.
And like they're owned by Sega. Sega knows how to do PC stuff mostly.
Yeah, the Yakuza game. I mean, fucking the Persona 3 Reload is great. They did
Yeah.
the PC ports for 4 and other shit.
Yeah, like every Yakuza's on Steam.
Yeah, the
Like
Yakuza are all great on there.
it's like what are you doing, man? It's like why would I buy these? Why would I pay
Oh no,
120 or $80
God,
for
that's
games I've already
crazy.
played? Games
When
I've
like
already played that just look a little sharper.
and the DS ones, like DS emulates really well.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I cannot in any good consciousness recommend that version because like why the fuck would I?
That's
Just
crazy.
grab a DS emulator and a ROM or something.
Do you have any other honorable mentions?
I
Because
don't
I got
think
a few.
so. No, I don't. I can't think of any.
Um, Strand is really cool, but that new Destiny expansion is really, really shitty. But almost every season they've done this year has been really, really good. Um, but goddamn, the Lightfall story is terrible. Sonic Superstars I already complained about earlier, not learning any of the good lessons. Um, this one's just kind of me being I mean, I don't want to like just be a hipster, I guess, but like if one more person fucking talks to me about Dave the fucking Diver, I'm gonna lose it.
That
This
game
is
looks like
my
shit.
this is my inscription this year.
Mm.
Um, what the fuck is wrong with you people? That game's fucking awful. Jesus, that game's bad. Fuck that game. I'm angry every time I see stuff happening with Dave the Diver. Um, and then Spider-Man 2's kind of boring,
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of expected that.
but
Like,
half of Spider-Man 2 is really cool, and then they make you play as
how
Peter.
is it kind of like how half of Final Fantasy 16 is cool?
Yeah, but that's more of like a first half. This is more like, oh yeah, Miles. You know who's Miles Morales is a really cool protagonist, and I like doing Miles Morales stuff. Um, hey, what if we did the Venom storyline for Peter? What if we did the
Boy,
symbiote storyline
do you get to play as Venom at all?
very briefly?
Ugh.
It's fine. It's not really anything.
Give me another Ultimate Spider-Man where you can play as Venom like half the time.
They do a really cool story with Kraven the Hunter in it. Um, they there's cool things about that game, but yeah, it's a bit of a letdown. Um, Off of that note, though, we're gonna move into the end game. Well, I guess not the real end game. We're gonna move into the cat what you've all been waiting for. Best game of the year. Hunter, do you
Oh,
have 10 games?
I only have five.
Damn it! Someday, someday.
Well, I have five because the I've just been reusing the same version for a couple of years, and I guess that was a version we only did five.
Well, so we technically always only do 5, but I always do 10 on mine
Oh,
because I
okay.
have 10, but I can't. I've learned not to expect that of people, but I was kind of hoping you maybe would, but it's fine if you
Uh,
don't.
Numbers 10 through 6. Yeah, you want those games?
Sorry, I've got it here. Yeah, you want those games, right? So here you go. Now let's see you clear them.
Yeah, that's my number 10 through 6.
That game's cool. I I don't like that game, but I don't really I didn't I bought that game and I didn't really play it that much, but I'm really glad that game exists.
I'm surprised it took this long for somebody to make that.
It doesn't have the game I really want to play though, which is where you're like the shooting guy and you have to like go through the gates and do math.
Oh yeah.
That's the one. Like I need them to do that one. Um, I guess I'll just rattle off my 10 through 6. Number 10 is Spider-Man 2.
It's really disappointing, but it's also the 10th best
Yeah,
game of
it's
the year.
look, Miles is cool and that game is still fun to play. I 100%ed that game. I did every single piece of side content in that game. And it's fun to play and swing around the city and get the wingsuit, and Miles is cool and fun and I like Miles, but fuck, they make you play as Peter and it just kills my momentum. All that game was buggy as shit. I know I was
Oh,
posting clips of it constantly, but that was getting really annoying.
well, yeah, he's Spider-Man.
Yeah, he's Spider-Man. Number 9, Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. It's pretty fun. I played through the campaign and then never touched it again and will probably never touch it again, but it was a good time.
Okay.
They made it From Software knows how to make games now, and Armored Core was fun.
Ooh,
If you're interested in a mecha game, mech game. I know there's a difference. Play Armored Core.
good job,
Uh,
FromSoft.
oh yeah, I guess I should maybe also predicate this with this year was a fucking like this year kicked ass. Like this year kicked so much ass.
Yeah.
Um, so again at a certain point, like the bar just became so high that I just had to stop. So anyway, number 8's Octopath Traveler 2. Games that game's very fun and people should play it, but like there's 7 better games.
Ooh.
Like Cocoon, uh, which is from the guy what made Limbo. It's
Mm.
not quite a Limbo, but also you totally see all the DNA there, and it's about like nesting worlds within worlds. Like
Ooh.
so, like you get like an orb that has a world in it, and you can go into the orb and then like solve puzzles in there, but then like you can go back out of it and pick up the orb and like shoot a laser into it, and then that laser comes through the portal, and then at a certain point you are nesting worlds 4 things deep and like having to like it's cool. It's just cool. Cool
So
game.
it's a game about pondering orbs.
Yeah, oh yeah. You ponder some fucking orbs in that game. People should play Cocoon. It's on Game Pass. It's really fun. Uh Number 6, because this is a really good year for games. Number 6 is Super Mario Brothers Wonder,
Oh
which
yeah.
it's a really good 2D Mario game, but it was a really good year for games. Um, so yeah, those are my 10 through 6. Um, someone just on my Steam, I just got a pop up that someone just booted up Among Us in 2024.
How sus.
Wild. Um,
Boom, 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 boom,
so
boom.
getting into the okay, we're doing the top 5 now.
Yeah.
My number 5. So I was really concerned when I did this originally that recency bias was playing into it. And now, 3 months removed from making this list, I can definitively say El Paso Elsewhere is number 5. That game beats so much ass and is so fucking fun to play. Holy shit. El Paso Elsewhere, so fucking fun. The visuals are really cool. It's got like a nice kind of like low poly-ish style. It's like very clearly evoking Max Payne 1. Um, Great music, great like story and writing, placed in like a bunch of different categories. Um, Play El Paso Elsewhere. Super fun game.
Is that a third person shooter like
Yes,
Max
third
Payne?
person shooter, and you can do like slow mo and diving and
Okay.
yeah. It's like level based. It's like 52 levels or something. Relatively short for individual ones, so it's a really good. I played it. It was the game that like made me fall in love with my Steam Deck because I would just boot it up, bang out a couple levels, put it down. Aces. Great fucking game, El Paso Elsewhere. People should fucking play El Paso Elsewhere. Well, what's your number 5?
My number 5 is also one of my biggest surprises in that it was Pseudo Regalia.
Yeah.
Because again, I I cannot stress enough how much I thought this game was gonna suck and that people really only were talking about it because they wanted to fuck the rabbit lady.
Which we do, don't get us wrong.
Yeah, but
But
it's just always nice. when there's more to it, when it's not just the only reason people are talking about it.
I
Like,
love Shantae games so much.
yeah,
I get it. Yeah, you've sold me on trying that game out once it goes on sale. It's on my wish list. I would like I would like to do some bunny hopping. Um, Number 4, I didn't really talk about this game that much up until now, but it's Pikmin 4.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh,
they
number
they
4, Pikmin 4.
they add nighttime, like they add like a nighttime tower defense mode. They give you they they remove the they 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 remove the like the time limit. Like you still have like your daytime limit, but there's not like they did a bunch of shit that shouldn't have been good for Pikmin, but it turned out to be amazing. And like they made it kind of like more open world ish in that like they put in what I would maybe describe as like open world trappings to it. They modernized Pikmin, and it's phenomenal. It's the best Pikmin game ever made, and it's great. I 100% or I like 120% or like whatever. Like I did every single fucking thing there is to do in that game. Every single challenge, every single item, everything. Game is just fantastic. Takes all of the good stuff from the previous 3 games. It makes caves fun. It you get to do fucking Dandori challenges that are great. I'm fucking Dandori Jones over here.
All about
Um,
that Dandori.
just so fucking good.
Uh,
Like I think that it serves as a great jumping on point for the brand. Like if you've never played a Pikmin, yeah, like I think I lent it to Danny. And I think Danny still fucking has it. I should get that back.
yeah, that
Um,
sounds right.
I would I'd recommend it to someone, but it much like kind of like Link Between Worlds, it's like if you start here, you're starting with the bar so high.
Yeah.
But it's a great fucking game. Pikmin 4 is excellent.
I like how there's a gold bar that you need 100 purple Pikmin
I
for.
lifted that fucking bar. And also, to get 100 purple Pikmin, you have to do a bunch of other like really hard shit.
Yeah.
It's so fucking good. Game's so good. Multi Onion, Ice Pikmin.
Where
They've got all the Pikmin in there.
they got the glow Pikmin
The Glow
too.
Pikmin. Fuck, that game's cool. The Water Wraith Hunter.
Yeah, but the water rate's a little bitch now.
The Below Grade Discotheque Hunter. It's got diegetic music, Hunter.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Fucking
I love
God,
when
Pikmin 4 is
games do that.
cool. Okay, what's your number 4?
My number 4 is a Baldur's Gate 3.
That really surprised me. I thought that would be higher.
No.
Stasis Bone Totem got to go somewhere.
Yeah. No spoilers though.
Look, it's not Power Wash Simulator.
Nothing ever will be.
Get your Warhammer DLC.
God, I can't wait.
I did play Power Wash Simulator this year.
There you go. Why wasn't it in your best game of not 2023?
I just don't get it. I gave it 3 hours. I just don't fucking get it. But you know what? I'm so happy for you.
Oh, 3 more days until that Warhammer DLC.
Did you play the SpongeBob DLC?
No.
Did you clean the Invisible Boatmobile?
No. I didn't play the SpongeBob one because I don't know. I didn't play the SpongeBob or the Back to the Future one
I forgot they
because
did Back to the Future.
they're like $8 each.
Oh, that's odd. I wonder why some of them are free.
I
I
don't
guess
know.
those are out like non-video game licenses, maybe.
I know it's because the was it Tomb Raider one was free
Yeah,
because
Tomb
they
Raider
were
and Final
published
Fantasy
by
was free.
Square Enix.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I cleaned Cloud's sword.
So you need leave the rest of the bar dirty.
It's great. Uh, my number 3, maybe not that big a surprise based on how well it did in its previous categories, but it is Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. It's the obligatory yearly a Yakuza game makes my top 10. Game is, in addition to like the incredibly good like story fixing stuff it did, it also is outlandishly fun to play. Kiryu gets a secret agent like fighting style where he just gets a bunch of fucking gadgets. He gets exploding cigarettes. He gets a fucking like series of drones he can summon. He gets like a
Ooh.
fucking Spider-Man. thing where he can like throw people around. It's really goofy. It's also just like a nice small experience. You could probably 100% it in like maybe 20 hours. Um, it's just really good. I hope people don't jump into this like eighth game in a storyline though. People should play those other 7 games first.
Huh? It sounds like I should just jump in here.
Hey, it would take less time than fucking Diablo 4, so whatever. But what's your number
I'm
three?
there. My number three is Pizza Tower.
Mm-hmm. Cool fucking game.
Because cool fucking game. I've been wanting a Wario Land for a long time now. But Nintendo seems to have forgotten that Wario can do stuff other than micro games
Yeah.
and like eat garlic or whatever.
I think it's cool that this is an audience that got catered. Like I love the like Nintendo won't make this game we like, so we're gonna make it ourselves. And I'm
Yeah,
super happy it finally happened for Wario Land. But
yeah,
also I don't want to like that game is so much more than just a like new Wario Land.
yeah.
It's about going fast.
Saying it's Wario Land is pretty reductive, but I
Yeah.
mean it's also like the fastest way. Be like, hey, if
Yeah.
you played Wario Land, you'll like Pizza Tower.
But also, what if you like Sonic the Hedgehog? Maybe give this game a try.
What if you like, have you ever looked at yourself and thought you wanted to be a fat middle-aged Italian pizza chef that also runs at like Mach 2?
Do you want something that just like kind of fucked up? Like something that just looks dirty?
Do you want to play as a slightly younger fat Italian man who rides around on a hamster?
I love him. And then
Gustav.
and then there's the fucked up like the Wario version of Peppino who
Oh
looks like the
yeah.
Noid.
Isn't it
So
called like the noise or
I
something?
think so. It's very clearly the Noid.
Yeah.
Ah man, Pizza Tower is such a cool game. That was another one that I got like when I got my Steam Deck during the winter sale, and it's a great Steam Deck game. Like just being able to get in and like bang stuff out. Like hard, I would love to see high level Pizza Tower play because I will never get there. I'm not good at Pizza Tower, even though like those types of games are like normally my jam. Mm, so bad at it, but it's still so fun. Um, we're this is getting it's when we okay, so when we do game of the year, it's normally like it's taken us like 4 weeks,
Yeah.
but when we're doing it in like 4 hours and we've kind of just spent the entire time talking about like how good a lot of these games are, it feels weird. But like number two is Resident Evil 4, the remake, because of course it is.
Yeah. Makes
Because of
sense.
course it is. That game is amazing. That game is super fucking good. What am I gonna say about it?
Um,
Ashley Graham gets her ears covered.
what a travesty.
Oh, they make Ashley and Leon's relationship like significantly like better and more like they play off of each other really really well. Um, she doesn't try to fuck him at the end of the game.
But the overtime.
Yeah, that's always been really weird. Um, it's such a cool fucking game, but also what do I the most boring possible choice,
Yeah.
but it's
But you
good.
know,
It's really good.
yeah. Even if it's a boring choice, it'd be
Yeah,
weird.
it's
Again,
god damn that game
if
was
it wasn't
great.
there.
I ran through the game like 6 times. It's so fucking good. Mm, mm, that game's good. What's your number two, Hunter?
My number two is World of Horror.
Yeah, I'm gonna
'Cause
play World of Horror next week.
that game's really fucking cool. And when I was playing it in early access, I was kind of like you, and then I bounced off of it a little bit. Like I thought it was neat, but then I also thought it was like I had seen everything. But then I think I forgot about it for a couple updates, and then I started playing it again. I was like, whoa, wait, there's more to this than I thought. Like one of the characters you can get, you need the outdoorsman perk first, and then you in between mysteries, you have to look at the TV and you have to keep going back and forth until you see this missing persons report. And then if you're exploring the forest, you can find like an bloody, torn sweater But if you have the outdoorsman perk and you watch the TV, you'll be like, oh, wait a second, I recognize that sweater. That's the missing persons
Oh,
thing.
see, that's
And
cool.
yeah, and then you find her, and then she's playable from that point on.
I love the super elaborate character unlockings. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna play that game. I'm gonna see if that'll get me out of my funk. I got funk on my stuff.
Yeah. Why is it only on your stuff?
And then number one, like, of course it's Street Fighter. Like,
Yeah.
of course it's Street. Yeah, like fucking I yeah, of course it's Street Fighter. Game is so good. Capcom sweet baby. Slot number one and number
Capcom's
two,
back,
Capcom
baby.
baby. Yeah, Street Fighter 6 is a goddamn masterpiece. It is uh, every single thing about it, the visuals, the like mechanically, like even if you like take away the modern controls from it, like what they do with like drive impacts and drive parries is just super. It's way more interesting than the V trigger system that was in 5. Um, it's just a but that game has been out for now like a year and there has been no balance patch. Like it doesn't need
Yeah.
it. Like it's you continue to see like really diverse like top eights of all of the tournaments. Like watching it like high level play, but at Evo the first year was really really cool. There's a new character that's coming out here like in a week, I think, that looks super fun to play. Um, Akuma is coming in a couple months, which as someone who mains Ryu, I'm very much looking forward to Akuma and seeing what he can do because then he'll be like the 6th Shoto in that game, which is great. All the Shotos play differently. Oh man, yeah. Street Fighter 6 is a fucking masterpiece. I cannot believe that it's gotten me into Street Fighter after all this time. And like after like Street Fighter 5 was like kind of not well regarded, what Street Fighter 6 has done to like be a shot in the arm for the franchise, it's incredible. I think it's so cool. But talk to me about Stasis Bone Totem.
How did
The
you
which
know?
I will add is the reason why we're recording this in almost March because you wanted to spend like you said like oh I want to finish Stasis of Bone Totem first. I was gonna be so fucking mad Stasis of Bone Totem didn't show up in this list anywhere. So I'm very
Yeah,
happy
like
it was worth it.
yeah, it's like really fucking good. And again, all the characters are good, but I cannot like overstate how much I loved Moses's story.
Okay. You
Like
have invigorated me to play Stasis Bone Totem.
speaking of the writing, you mentioned earlier about how man who erased his name made you cry like a bitch at some point. Fucking Bone Totem did to me. It's like,
I'm
goddamn.
I'm gonna you've complete that and World of Horror. You've sold me on both of these. I'm very excited to fuck with them. You've hyped me up. That's what this is about. We're supposed to be celebrating the games and trying to get other people to play the games. It's always what this was about.
Oh,
Um, but yeah, those are our games of the year.
yep.
Honorable mentions to Theatrhythm, honorable cuckoldly mentions to fucking Dead Space, but it ain't Resident Evil.
God, I forgot those came out the same year.
What's some other kick? I mean, shout out to Pizza Tower, which was really fun. Yeah. That Tales of Symphonia remake was really bad. Or remaster was really bad.
All right.
I didn't think Cassette Beast was very good. Dredge can fuck off. Assassin's Creed Mirage was really cool. Sea of Stars was fun. Lies of P is probably the best Souls-like I've played.
Eyes of Peepee.
I couldn't get into Ghost Trick. I didn't like Hi-Fi Rush, and I'm really tired of people talking about it. I think Alan Wake 2 is not very good either, and I like Alan Wake a lot.
I was gonna say I've heard nothing about Alan Wake other than that like bit they did with the music number at,
The
like,
music number is really good. Like
okay.
I will give it that. The music number is really fucking good. So that's gonna bring us into our like the actual end game, the Silex. We're going to Star Hill. We're gonna look at our wishes
Ooh.
of what we're looking forward to. You know what? I've never liked. You know what? No, we're doing misconnections. And we're not ready to step out of 2023 yet. We're gonna talk about the games that we really wish we had played this year. That being said, I played damn near everything I wanted to play. Like, holy shit, my ratio was killer this year. Um, World of Horror, admittedly, was on. It's sitting here on my list of stuff to try to play that I didn't get to because it just kind of came in too late. But my number three, it's not even that I like wanted to play it super bad because like if I wanted to play it super bad, I would have fucking played it. I feel like I have a professional obligation to look at Starfield,
Oh yeah.
but I don't think Starfield looks very good, and I didn't hear very good things about it.
I
And
don't think I heard a single good thing
I
about
don't
it actually.
actually like Bethesda games, I'm learning.
Apparently you can do the old gummy ship trick and that with the shipbuilding and that in Kingdom Hearts 1, I don't think 2, but you could make your gummy ship into a big circle and then all the enemies would aim at center mass, but since you're
Oh,
just a circle, it would miss you, obviously. And
okay.
apparently you can do that too with Starfield.
Cool. I I think Starfield on paper sounds like something for someone, but also I really feel like No Man's Sky has been doing all of that shit for years.
Yeah, but
Um,
this is Bethesda.
yeah, cool. All those Bethesda games I really like.
Saying you don't love Daggerfall?
I love New Vegas. Hey, people should play Pentiment.
Oh yeah.
What if people played Pentiment? That game's so
I'm
good.
pretty sure that was on my mixed connection last year or
Yeah, it's
something.
so fucking good. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. What's a game you wish you had played on her?
Hey, you know how you said you wish people would stop talking about Hi-Fi Rush?
Yeah.
I mean, I played like 10 minutes of it, but and I did want to play more, but then my Xbox Game Pass ran out and I still have not re-upped it, so I have not played anymore.
I just don't think it does either of its gimmicks well. But
Now,
eh,
it seemed interesting.
yeah, there's worse games you could make, certainly. But what if I just played more Necrodancer, or what if I just played Devil May Cry? Oh well. Yeah, people should play that. It's a game that people should check out. Like people should have their own opinion on that game. I think it's interesting. I just think it kind of sucks.
Okay. But what's your number two missed
I
connection?
have a sealed copy of WarioWare Move It on that shelf right now.
Is that the newest one?
Yeah, I love WarioWare. I love WarioWare games. I love every WarioWare game at least a little bit. I like the WarioWare Do It Together. I know a lot of people had some fucking qualms with that game. I like Do It Together. WarioWare Move It looks like WarioWare Smooth Moves 2, which I would argue is the best WarioWare.
Yeah. I wanted to I wanted to play it too, but then I was looking at my setup and I was like, I would have to move my Switch
It's right fucking there.
just because of how much like I know it's going to need a lot of movement and
Yeah,
space and I don't want to move my Switch. So,
I just don't feel like it. I just don't feel like it. But I bet that game's great,
yeah, it's probably
or I bet
awesome.
it's at least good. Like fucking WarioWare's great. I bet that game's super fun. And I bought it so Nintendo knows to keep making more WarioWares.
Yeah.
Keep fucking same reason I bought the Mario RPG remake and I haven't played that yet either. Like, so yes, play these games. These are good games. Do them. Here's my money, Nintendo. What's your number two?
So, my number two is a game that was on my most anticipated list last year, which means I never touched it. And
Of
I'm gonna
course,
be honest, I completely forgot it came out until like 3 weeks ago when I was filling this out. And it's Grim Grimoire Once More.
I love it. Never heard of this shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
It was like Vanillaware's first game as Vanillaware.
Oh, okay.
It's like a vertical RTS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you're like the map is a tower and you have to like either climb or descend it for most of the things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fiddler's
Like I
cool.
yeah. It's just, it's a because it was originally a PS2 game that was just like a enhanced port or something. I don't know if it was like quite as enhanced as like Odin Sphere was, but They want to do one for Muramasa the Demon Blade too,
Is
but
it the
they're
Wii
just
one?
that was the one on the Wii, and then it was also on the Vita.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which they want to port it again because the Vita one had more content and a different translation, but they just haven't been able to yet.
Okay. Well, even though I don't like a lot of Vanillaware games, I want them to keep doing what they're doing. We need them to exist.
Yeah.
Because for every Dragon's Crown that I don't like, there's a 13 Sentinels that I love. We need games that are. We're just gonna keep coming back. We need really good but devastatingly horny games.
Yeah. The main character in Unicorn Overlord shows off his armpits.
Ah, yes.
It's like, bro,
The
this
mark of
is
true perverts.
yeah. He's got like a cloak and his armor, at least
Isn't there
before he
like a bird with
promotes.
tits? Is there a bird with tits?
There's a bird with tits, there's a cat lady with tits.
Fuck yeah.
There's a witch class whose idol man animation is mad horny.
Good. God bless him. I will try Unicorn Overload probably eventually. Probably. It's on the list.
Yeah.
Um,
What's your number one, boy?
I mean, it's Baldur's Gate. Like, on
Yeah.
the topic of like professionalism and due diligence, like, I, 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 if I'm willing to play all this other bullshit, I kind of need to play Baldur's Gate, which I did buy, and as you know, I did start, but like, I want to give that game the time it deserves, and I
Yeah.
haven't felt like giving that game the time it deserves.
Well, I mean, it does take like some getting used to, I
Mhm.
guess. So I mean, just throw it on easy if you want and mess around for a little bit before you get comfortable and then maybe bump it up if you
I
want.
don't know. Yeah, I don't. It's more just like I know that game's going to take a long time, and also it requires my full attention.
Yeah.
Where I can't just like do it like Persona, where I can kind of like phone it in a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to play Baldur's Gate with like a YouTube video up or something.
Yeah. So I want to give that game the time and attention it deserves, and I just haven't felt like doing that. But the couple hours I've played, I thought were really cool. I just didn't. I just ran out of time.
There
Happens.
happens.
Happens. What's your number one?
Happens.
What would you really want to
Crappens.
suck with?
My number one is that System Shock remake.
That came out?
Yeah, came out this year,
Fuck. Fuck.
which I played the demo of it, but that demo was like pretty old. Like it
I'd
was a
also like to play the System Shock remake.
it was like an old build or something from around, I think, when they first started building it or something. But like, I mean, yeah, it's just like a remake, but it was like this game's cool.
Yeah, I've never played the original System Shock.
Yeah, neither have I.
So yeah, I didn't know that came out. I feel like that game's been like coming out for years.
Yeah,
Finally happened. Okay, cool.
came out May 30th.
Um, Dishonorable mention. Goodbye Volcano High finally came out, and
Oh, fuck.
I wanted to play that as a joke because we've been dogging on that game for like I think like 7 years.
God, I forgot about that.
Um,
Do you remember when Sony showed that off? It's like their
which
one of their
time? Because
big
they kept
things.
doing it. Like they kept
It's
showing
like,
it. It's like it's Goodbye Volcano High and it's Hellblade 2. Like it's those games where it's like I want to play this firmly because I've been dogging on this game for so long.
like
I don't think I'm gonna like it.
I can at least see like I don't know if mass appeal is the right word, but like more appeal for like Hellblade.
Man,
But
I fucking hated Hellblade.
but
Whatever.
goodbye Volcano High?
Yeah, like I don't think I'm like this scene. Don't think it's gonna be good. Don't think I'm gonna like it. But it came out finally, and I should I should look at Goodbye Volcano High. How much is Goodbye Volcano High? How much can I
Good
buy that right
question.
now? I'm looking it
On
up right.
Steam?
Well, I need to play it on PlayStation, but
Oh yeah.
it's $30.
Oof. Too rich for my blood.
It is by the same people who did Nog, which I like Nog a lot.
The hell's Nog?
It's like they're like little puzzle boxes, but they're like really weird. It's like ho ho. It's cool. It's neat. Anyway, all the wrong reasons I want to play Goodbye Volcano High. Oh, and also Chia, TCHIA. It's like a New Caledonia, like kind of like a Zelda game. Kind of. It's very like Wind Waker looking.
Oh
I
yeah,
I booted it
yeah.
up and played like an hour of it, and I really liked what I played, but I just kind of meant to get back to it and I never did. But I'd like to play that. And World of Horror and Taste Bud, like the ones you've sold me on. And that Mario RPG remake. I'd like to play that. But that's gonna move us into the final categories we look forward to 2024, which we are already almost 3 months into. But fortunately, unlike the awkwardness with Dead Space remake being on my anticipated games, but I was already playing it when we recorded last time around, I haven't played any of these anticipated games yet. So we're fucking good. Number three, I would like to play Dragon's Dogma 2.
Hell yeah.
I've never played the first one, but two sound I wanna give it a try.
I didn't put that on my list because I knew it was the safe bet. Everybody
Yep.
wants to play that shit.
Capcom
Cap
sweet baby.
Capcom's back, baby.
Capcom, not that they ever left.
DMC5 sold gangbusters, so Itsuno now has free reign.
Dude, Monster Hunter, like, yeah, Capcom's we are in the, I would argue, the greatest Capcom era right now.
Oh yeah. Hopefully they don't fuck it up again.
Oh, they will. Give it time.
No, yeah, I know.
I say that, but they keep doing bangers. So
Exactly. We got to stay negative so that they don't fuck it up.
Sega's kicking ass too. Yeah, I want to play Dragon's Dogma too.
Yeah. God, I can't wait.
I mean, if I'm like being honest, since we're like in kind of like a weird thing, I really want to play the Final Fantasy VII like part two, like right fucking now. That's out in a week from now, but I would really like to play that right fucking now. But that's kind of a different thing.
I don't want to play it, but I do want to see if they go batshit crazy with the story.
I'll let you know.
Okay. I was
Dave,
gonna say because I've seen quote unquote leaks, but I don't know if they're actually real or not.
I've got like because I mean the question is I mean do they change the thing? Like
Yeah, right.
that's what I gotta know. I'm gonna have like 5 days to play that before I have to go to LA, so I'm gonna see if I can like finish the story. Chadley is an AI girlfriend hunter.
Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah, Chadley. Okay, what's your number three?
My number three, I don't know if it has like an actual title yet, or if it does, it's in Japanese and I don't fucking remember it. But they're making two new Rune Factory games. One of which I think they just said is six, but is not like the main focus. The one I'm looking forward to is it's like a Japanese styled one, where most of the Rune Factories are more like not really medieval, but kind of like Western
Oh, that's what you mean.
fantasy-ish. But this one's like Japanese buildings. You ride around on like the dragons that are like the squiggly boys. I don't know. It looks neat. They were showing off gameplay and trailer, and it wasn't running like shit, so that already means it's probably better than five. I don't know. Hopefully, it's good.
I should play Rune Factory this year.
Play four or three.
Okay, play 4 or 3. Are they on PC?
Yes, actually.
As I open up Steam and I type in Rune
I was
Factory.
gonna say I don't know how much they are, but they are.
Oh fuck! Sorry, I typed in Rune and RuneScape come up. So sorry, I'm playing RuneScape now.
You know what?
These
Fair.
are okay. 4 special is 15 and 3 special is 20.
Okay.
What's the better one? Which
Uh,
one's shorter?
Shorter is 3.
Okay,
I'm
$5
say
more.
4 is longer. Well, yeah,
Oh, it's on sale right now.
3 is
Oh
actually.
wow, it's like the midweek sale. Like what a
Oh, how convenient. 4 is longer and has more in-depth mechanics in Endgame. Because Rune Factory before 5 is one of those series that has only gotten better. But then 5 came out and it's just so fucking horrible.
I own Rune Factory 3 special now. I'll go and sell it on my Steam. This surely that game's on Steam Deck, right?
I mean, it was a DS game. It's got to.
Yeah, but like, okay, yes, it is Steam Deck verified. Okay,
I'll
I'll play
it's
Rune Factory
not,
this year,
that's
Hunter.
ridiculous.
I'm gonna play Rune Factory again this year for you.
Thanks, babe.
I'm gonna do it. It's year of the backlog, baby.
Hell yeah.
Uh, so my number two was a game that was supposed to come out, or that I was led to believe would come out last year, 2023 last year. But Kickstarter, am I right? I want to play Mina the Hollower really fucking badly. I
Oh,
would give my left nut to play that right now. It still does not technically have a release date, but since they were targeting Q4 of 23, it can't be that much longer.
I'm say, isn't it technically still Q4 23 until like March?
Oh, because I mean, if it's fiscal, yes, it technically if it's fiscal, yes. So technically, yes.
Technically is still correct.
Legally. Yeah, it's I mean whatever. I don't need to talk more about Shovel Knight, but I would love to. Mina Oliver looks dope as fuck. And
Yeah.
okay, what's your number two?
So I think initially I put Dragon's Dogma 2 here, but then I took it off because, safe bet, easy bet. Uh, but then this game they showed off and announced this game a few days ago that I then went back and changed this list to, and it's Ender Magnolia,
Oh,
which
the Ender
is
Lily
this,
sequel.
yeah, which is the
Yeah,
Ender Lily sequel, which I am looking forward to that. Hell yeah.
I still haven't actually watched that Nintendo Direct, so I haven't seen like the footage, but I'm not going to watch it. Yeah, I'll fucking play it. That game was I was pleasantly surprised with that game.
Gonna say from the trailer they showed, it definitely looks like faster paced.
That was a fun game.
Yeah, it was.
I like that game. Didn't get the like super perfect ending, but I did beat it. Good game.
Good game.
Uh, I I think so. This is I'm changing my number one right now. I think because right
Yeah.
now it says Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which when I put that on the list, yes, I really wanted to play it and I was really excited for it. And don't get me wrong, I still am, but it's come out and I own it and Jason has it. And that game got extremely good reviews. And I think that that's now, it doesn't fit the spirit of the category.
Yeah.
Um, I,
Dragon's Dogma 2 again.
Silk Song's got to come out this year,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Any day now.
Right? It,
Soon, TM.
I really hate like doing the meme on this, but what
Any
the
day now.
fuck, man? They announced that game over 5 years ago.
God.
What the
I was
fuck,
really
man?
I was really worried when that whole Unity thing happened. I was like, oh no, are they gonna restart development in a different engine? Or are they just gonna like eat it? But then I guess Unity backed off or
Yeah,
whatever.
that
I
whole
don't
thing's a
remember what happened.
mess. John Ravioli got fired.
That's not surprising.
Yeah, that was a mess. So yeah, I don't know. This year is like it seems there's gonna be some fucking good shit that comes out this year. Like, um, I'm again right now I really want to play that Final Fantasy remake. But also like the embargoes have dropped for that, and like people are really into it. But I would really like right now just like to have that game in my hand. But I'm picking it up in a week and then playing it for 5 days and then going to LA. Silk Song's
Yeah.
got to come out this year, right?
Anytime.
They can't.
Shadow drop.
Every direct, it's like
It
whatever.
was
There's
really
no
it
point.
was it was really funny seeing people like freak out and that the Nintendo Direct they do that and let's show off one more thing and people are like oh shit oh Silk Song and then it was a new Endless Ocean.
Actually, you know what? I do have a shout out. Okay. Here, this one's more interesting. It's another Kickstarter game. It is
Uh-huh.
called Mariachi Legends.
Ooh,
It is a like Day of the Dead aesthetic Metroidvania from a Mexican studio.
okay.
And it looks really fucking cool. Whatever. I backed it on Kickstarter obviously because I thought it looked fucking cool. And I don't know if that's actually going to come out this year, though. But I don't know. That's something I'm looking forward to. Hunter,
Yeah.
what do you want to what? Give me a number one.
So my number one has only been reinforced after playing the demo, but it's
Oh,
Unicorn Overlord. because like I figured I would like it. I've liked pretty much every Vanillaware game I've played, even though I haven't finished 13 Sentinels. Uh, but then like, the other day with the direct, they were like, and hey, we got a demo. I was like, oh shit, cool, okay. And then God, it's fun. It kind of makes me want to go back and see if I like Ogre Battle. Because it is an SRPG, but it's like when you're moving your units on the map, it's real time.
Oh,
So like you put out a person, you put out a little squad of dudes, and you tell them where to move or where to target or whatever, and they start moving in real time while the enemy is also doing stuff like that. But then you can do like if the leader of a group is an archer or a mage and they're within range of your ally getting into a fight, they can help with like a ranged or magic assist and damage the enemy before they even get a turn. Which, if you've already softened up the enemy enough, you can do that and kill them before your people or their people even move.
interesting. Okay, I guess I didn't realize that.
Yeah, there's already, from what they've shown, a shit ton of classes that do. Like there are Griffin Riders, which flying units apparently they have double evasion against ground units,
Makes sense.
except archers. Archers
Also
have
makes sense.
double accuracy against them. They deal double damage too.
Fire Emblem shit.
Yeah. Every unit has what is called active points and passive points, or AP and PP. Yeah, I know. Uh, Thieves have a passive skill that lets them dodge an attack guaranteed if it would hit. So, like, if they would dodge normally, it doesn't trigger, but then if it would have hit them, it triggers and they dodge it. Unless that skill uses, like, a guaranteed hit thing.
Yeah.
It's also apparently got the Final Fantasy 12 Gambit system, in that you can set up custom, like, do this if this enemy is at 50% health or lower instead of the regular attack.
Oh, that's neat.
Shit like that. I took a screenshot of the demo where an NPC thief was telling me about thieves, where he said thieves are great at getting their hands on other people's PP, and I thought that was really funny.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, right.
I feel that.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay,
looking forward
I'll
to it.
fuck with that demo. Like that, you. It seems interesting and whatever. I like Vanillaware, and a 6 hour demo is fucking insane.
Yeah, right. Well,
But
you got any honorable mentions?
no, I think I kind of just rattled off all the stuff I'm really looking forward to right now. I think this year is going to be decidedly like less stacked on releases, which is fine. Like it gives like I'm doing my big backlog project this year, so like I'm not I'm thinking about a lot of older games in addition to like the couple that like Penny's Big Breakaway also or Breakaway Breakout Breakthrough. Just anyway, it's a fucking Yo-Yo Sonic
Oh,
Tony
yeah,
Hawk
yeah, yeah.
game. Looks cool. I
That's
picked that up.
by the Sonic Mania guys, right?
Wait, is it? Fuck, I didn't know that if it is. Holy shit.
I think it they I think it is.
We are so back. Anyway, I mean it's like that looks fun. I've got that installed on my Steam Deck. I'm probably gonna play that in Iowa a bit also. Or maybe when I go to LA. But yeah, like it's there's good stuff coming out this year, but I don't think it's gonna be quite as stacked as last year. Um a couple of cool fight like Tekken came out. Like there are a couple of cool fighting games that have already come out this year. Yeah. But I guess that's gonna bring us to the final category. I don't think we had any overlap of games we both played.
Play Baldur's Gate a little
Yeah, but
bit.
like I'm not gonna get in a fight about Baldur's Gate. I think that game's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you came over Blade Street Fighter 6 once, but like your complaints about that are extraordinarily valid. I can't argue with that.
Well, I mean, I do have a most we do have a most divisive game. It's pretty easy. It's the Division 2 every
You know
year.
what? You know what? This year, in what might be the final game of the year, I'm going to update because right now what it says right now is Destiny 2 Lightfall.
Yeah.
I'm I'm doing so. I don't like to update these after we do these. I have typed in the Division 2.
Hell yeah. End of an era. Start of a new era. Long live the king.
Long live the king. But that's gonna do it for us. That was a cool, like almost exactly 4 hours.
Nice.
Um, but it was I'm glad we did this. Um, I'm glad we can finally put 2023 behind us. And
It's official. It's finally ended.
I look forward to doing the 2024 game of the year.
I look forward to everyone talking about Dragon's Dogma 2.
Fuck you, we're talking about Balatro. This is a fucking Balatro sweep.
Nah.
Fuck, do you have any idea how much I want to be playing Balatro right now?
No.
Fuck,
Not
it's
at all.
so goddamn good. Whatever. That's gonna do it for us. Thank you for your time, Hunter.
Yeah, thank you.
People, I'm gonna play World of Horror and also probably Stasis Bone Totem, but I very specifically you sold me on World of Horror. I can maybe that will get me to stop playing my stupid poker hands game.
I will sit here waiting for like the just under 2 weeks until you get Corn Overlord. Probably play some Baldur's Gate 3 again.
Okay. Please don't let this be the last one. We need 10 years.
10 years, 100 years, Goaty.
100 years, Goaty.